the time picking it up and all the back roads for the 2 hours to get the expression there, and I'm going to miss my flight back. They flew me back to Orlando Airport in a little airport.
I think they're all here. What kind of device are you using? Is it a computer?
Yeah, I'm using a laptop. I don't see, the only ones I see are Dr. Basin, and I don't have a picture for Mr. Goodwin, but I see he's there. His mic is, I see his name.
Right. There are three, I believe there are three commissioners in the IT training room.
I sent IT over there.
Yes. And Miss Pierre is also on. Her picture is.
Yes, I see. Hi,
okay.
Hi, Miss Pierre. How are you?
I'm okay, and you?
Good. Good to see you.
We could probably call the meeting to order and have a roll call.
Call the meeting to order, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's being recorded.
Now, the problem is I don't hear or I don't see anybody coming out of that other room outside of Mr. Goodwin?
We're all here, actually. Howard.
I think you said the camera focuses on us if we speak. Did that work or no, that didn't work?
Right, as you speak, the camera focuses on the individual.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so let's go ahead. We'll call the meeting to order then. If we have everybody, just for, let me find out who's here, first of all, so that we know in advance who we have with us today as we go through the roll call. So, give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the meeting. This is the North Miami Planning Commission meeting, Tuesday, May 4th, 2021. Meeting is now called to order. I ask that the secretary go ahead and call the roll, please.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
everyone,
Chairman.
please signify that they are here. If I can't see you, I'll at least hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Charles Ernst,
Present.
Commissioner Howard Tunkin,
Present.
Commissioner Michael McDermott,
Present.
Commissioner Milton Goodwin,
Here.
Commissioner Bernadette Pierre,
Here.
Commissioner Kenny Each,
Here.
Commissioner Edwidge Clark,
Here.
Commissioner Robert Besson. Mr.
Okay,
Besson,
for the record, then I have
I have a quorum.
I have 8 commissioners present. Is that correct?
You have 1, 2, 3, you have 8. 8.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Now that we've called the order, is there any amendments to the agenda that we need to discuss before we move on?
Yes, sir. PC item 10-21 has been rescheduled to your June 1st Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, so we've been notified by staff that PC 1021 will be continued to the June 1st meeting. Thank you very much. Is there anything else
The packets, Mountain.
that we need to amend?
This is one.
No, sir. That's it, sir.
11:55.
Before we move on further to get the meeting started here, we unfortunately,
I'm so sorry. I just want to be clear. Is that the 1155 NOMI project that is being
Yeah.
pushed to June 1st?
Yes, Debbie, that's moved to June 1st.
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you, ma'am. Okay, if I can continue with what I was about to say. On Monday, Bob Penshon passed away, a fellow member of the Planning Commission. Was deeply saddened by his loss. I've worked with Bob on the commission for many years. He added so much to this community. His input was vital to what we had to deal with over the years in the items that came to the board. I know he's fought a long battle, and unfortunately, he fought to the end. Unfortunately, it finally took his life, and I want to pass along my condolences to his family and to his wife, Jennifer. I know that Chief Kenny Each, you shared a lot of moments with him, and I ask if you have any thoughts you'd like to express at this time. Please share with us.
Bob, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob was, in today's world, what I would call a rare citizen. He was involved. He cared. He loved. He felt for this city. He was involved in his homeowners association. Keystone Point. He was the vice president. I served with him on the planning commission, as you did, and others here, and also on the charter review board. And one thing I can say about Bob is that He went and he looked at the fine details of everything that we were doing. He read everything. And when he came up with an idea or a suggestion, it was based on knowledge, based on the knowledge of the city, based on what he thought was great. He had a strategic viewpoint of a lot of things and also a short-term tactical viewpoint. Bob was a successful business person. He traveled all over the world. And I tell you, we're going to miss him. When the first thing broke, when we first heard about COVID, I remember we're at a planning commission meeting and Bob said, you know what? This is going to devastate the world economy. And that was based upon his practical knowledge of being a world traveler. And he was a consultant for Hewlett Packard in the computer industry. And he just had this feeling that I have to give, I have to take care of, I have to be part of. I have to be a good citizen and participate in my government. And you know what? We're going to surely miss Bob. Bob, to your family and you. What a brave fight he put up. He was with us, not the last meeting, but the meeting before. And, he put up a brave fighter. And we were talking about his condition in December and in November. And he said, no, I'm hanging in there. I'm going for my treatment. I'm going to do the best I can. And he didn't capitulate. He didn't say, he just fought to the very end. And he was the epitome of being a great citizen. And it was an honor for all of us to know him. Bob, may you rest in peace. Thank you.
Indeed. Mike, is there anything you'd like to share with us? Because I know you've been a pillar of this community for a long time and you shared a lot with him over the years.
Yes. I was privileged over the last few months to check in with Bob, and for somebody who was going through so much, he was always the most positive guy. He always had something, well, it could be worse. And I thought to myself several times after speaking with him, can't imagine how it could be worse. But he was a fighter. He was a detail man. People don't realize how educated and what great work experience that Bob had. And he brought that to bear on everything he was involved with, including our planning commission and our charter board. And he just would look at something in a whole different way than a lot of people would. He was very detailed to the maximum. And he was a great treasure in our city. He's certainly going to be missed. Last time I spoke with him, which was a couple of weeks before he passed, he was just such a kind man, and I'll always remember that about him. So thanks for the opportunity, Charles, to say a few words about an old friend.
Thank you, Mike. He truly will be someone that we'll miss. And let's all take, unless someone else would like to add anything, I'd like to go ahead and just take a few moments to remember him, and then we'll continue. Rest in peace, Bob. All right, moving on to the business of the day. We need to go ahead and approve the minutes. It's my understanding, staff, that the minutes have not been prepared yet. Is that correct? And that they'll be addressed at a later date?
Yes, that's correct. We'll be ready for June's meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So are there any communications that needs to be brought forth to us from staff?
No, sir.
None? Having none, we'll go ahead and ask if there's any continued public hearings that we need to know about.
No, sir.
All right, very good. So let's go ahead and begin with the public hearing portion of the agenda. The first item that will be discussed will be PC 07-21. This will be a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving fiscal year 2021-2022 annual action plan under the Community Development Block Grant, that are known as CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership Program, known as HOME, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes. Staff report, please.
The chair, if I can,
Yes, Mr. Held.
if I can give my notice regarding the virtual meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. So the North Miami City Council has adopted by resolution virtual meeting procedures for the conduct of public hearings and quasi-judicial proceedings during the coronavirus pandemic and other public emergencies. They provide, and as stated in the public notice for this meeting, members of the public are invited to attend the virtual public hearing and provide oral or written comments on the matter. Comments, which must include your full name and address, may be provided in advance of the hearing via telephone at 305-895-9803 or by sending an email to publiccomments@northmiamifl.gov. Comments received by the advertised time and date will be read into the record during the hearing. Comments received after the deadline will become part of the record but will not be read during the hearing. This meeting satisfies quorum with the requisite number of board members attending in City Hall. Public attendance will remain virtual as the conditions of the pandemic emergency continue to require. The procedure for each quasi-judicial item is also governed by Section 3-303 of Chapter 29 of the Land Development Regulations. After reading the title of the item, Commission members will disclose any ex parte communications or investigations. Staff and the applicant's representatives will be sworn. Staff will make a presentation. Then the applicant or his or her representative will make a presentation, including witnesses, if any. Commission or staff may ask questions of the applicant or witnesses. Staff will then read public comments submitted by the
what it's called. When you go into planning commission and you
previously noticed and stated and announced the opportunity for persons viewing the meeting to make live comments to the board or commission. Persons raising their hands within 1 minute following the announcement of the opening of the public hearing will be called upon by the meeting chair. Each person will be sworn and be given 2 minutes to state their name and address and make their comments. Cross-examination is allowed by staff, the applicant, and the commission. The public hearing will then be closed and the board or commission will then deliberate the matter and reach a decision, which may include approval with conditions, denial, or continuance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Held. So the first item up is not a quasi-judicial item.
That is correct.
It is a presentation by staff. Ms. Love, go ahead and ask you if staff has someone to present the.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. Marie Jean-Fouros with our Housing and Social Services Division. She is here to make a presentation today along with her team. Marie?
Good afternoon, Planning Commission Board. Marie-France Jean-Farens, Housing and Social Services Assistant Director, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, the federal agency responsible for the administration of the Community Development Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnerships Program, HOME program, requires that each jurisdiction, which is the city, to prepare an annual action plan outlining needs and priorities of the community for the funding year. The city is also required to invite the general public to participate in the process through an open forum. For the fiscal year 2021-2022, the city will receive approximately $788,498 in CDBG, $300,531 in HOME for the fiscal year 2021-2022. The fiscal year 2021-2022 annual action plan funding provides recommendations to support the priorities and strategies outlined in the 2021-2024 adopted consolidated plan. The annual action plan must be prepared, reviewed, adopted, and submitted to HUD for approval before the release of funds. We are in the second year for the annual action plan. Prior to this meeting, a virtual public meeting input was held on April 15, 2021 to solicit public input and citizen participation on the proposed plan, and we have not received any comments. Following to the Planning Commission Board today, recommendations and approval, the annual action plan will be available for a 30-day commenting period beginning May 6th through June 7, 2021 at the Housing and Social Services Department Satellite Office and the North Miami City Hall. The Housing and Social Services Satellite Office is located at 13753 Northwest 7th Avenue and the North Miami City Hall. Any comments received during the commenting period will be forwarded to and discussed at the Mayor and Council meeting scheduled for June the 22nd. Once the Mayor and City Council adopt the proposed annual action plan, it will be subsequently submitted to HUD for final approval. Attached to the report, you can see the breakdown on how the city, based on the priorities for the city that we have adopted on the consolidated plan, how the money is being divided for program administration, rehabilitation program, the public services, the CDBG elderly repairs, the public facilities, all amounted to $788,498. As for home, we will be allocating money to program administration, the total, which partnership the city formed with developers, first-time home buyers, single-family rehab, and tenant-based rental assistance. With this presentation, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission reviews and approves the proposed fiscal year 2020-2021 annual action plan and issue a recommendation of approval to the Mayor and Council for final consideration and transmittal to the U.S. HUD for its adoption. I'm available if you want any assistance or if you have any questions.
Thank you, Marie. Before we, commissioners, let everyone know, we have 44 people logged in, I see on my screen here. Let's try to see how we can manage everyone, because all I see are names. I don't see pictures. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item to everyone before we turn back over to the to our board members. The public hearing is now open. If you wish to make a comment or speak on this, any member of the public, please note that we're going to only give you 2 minutes to address this item. So please turn on your mic. Let me know if you want to address this, and state your name and address, and then state either of your comment. Okay, we'll give it a few more minutes. I don't see anyone jumping on here.
Any hands raised? At this time, there are no hands raised.
Okay, very good. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this matter. So public hearing on the first item is now closed. We'll open up discussion to the board members. Anyone wishing to address this, let's go ahead and start with Mr. McDermott. You wish to comment, sir?
No comments at this moment.
Very good. Mr. Goodwin?
I have no comments.
Very good. Ms. Pierre?
No comments at this time.
Mr. Tonkin?
No comment.
Mr. Each?
No comment.
Mr. Clark?
No comment.
And Mr. Bisson? Oh, your mic was off, sir. I take it that's no comment. Just shake your head no. Okay, thank you, sir. All right. So at this point then, if there are no comments from any of the commission members, I'll ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from, is that Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Was that you making the motion, sir?
It was Commissioner Each, and I seconded it.
Okay, Mr. Each moved for approval, seconded by Mr. McDermott. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Again, I forget that because we are virtual, we do have to get a roll call, unfortunately. All right. So, Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott is a yes. Mr. Tonkin?
Yes.
Mr. Tonkin is a yes. Mr. Milton?
Yes.
Mr. Milton is a yes. Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre is a yes. Mr. Each?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Yes. And Dr. Besson is a yes also. Yes. Thank you. And
We cannot hear
Chairman
you,
Ernst,
Dr. Besson.
I also vote yes. Mr. L., do you have a comment? I'm sorry.
I was telling Dr. Besson that we still could not hear him.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
I did get an indication that he voted yes on that. So
Yes.
the motion to approve is 8-0. And we'll then go ahead and move forward to the City Council. Ms. Pierre, thank you so much for
Just need to share it
your
with you.
work and your team putting it together. We know what's involved in that, and thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the second item on our agenda. This is PC 08-21. Before I do read it into the record, Mr. Held, is this a semi-judicial item?
I think no, it's not. It's a citywide ordinance.
Thank you very much. Okay, PC 08-21. This is an ordinance of the mayor and the city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, providing for a text amendment to chapter 29 of the city of North Miami Code of Ordinances by amending Article 5, Division 12, entitled Minimum Landscaping and Buffing Requirements, specifically at section S1204, parentheses D, close parentheses, parentheses 4, close parentheses, entitled Standard of Maintenance to prohibit placement, dangerous swings, and similar apparatuses in the swale areas, providing for repeal, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's errors, codification, and for an effective date. Staff, may we have a presentation, please?
Okay. Stephanie's bringing the PowerPoint up for me. Bear with me just 1 second, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Presentation. There you go. Excellent. As the title indicates, this is an amendment to our LDRs, specifically, go ahead and next slide, specifically to, wait till Stephanie, the thing catches up to me. Thank you. Specifically to section 5-1204D4. The section is termed maintenance of swales. As the PowerPoint shows, this and the staff report indicates that this is sponsored by Councilwoman Carol Keyes. Her concern that she's expressed for the purpose for this is to protect the public from swings and other items such as that being in the swells near the public, either the road or the sidewalk, where it could potentially injure someone. This particular ordinance has a citywide impact. Go ahead. Next slide. The next steps, because of the timing and scheduling and with the summer, the first reading and the second reading is to be determined, but once it does go to second reading and assuming it is approved, it'll become effective 10 days after that. And that is my brief staff report, sir.
Okay, is that it, Ms. Love?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and my computer is acting up here. Hold on one second. All right. I did have a question before we open the public hearing. Is that pretty much any other items that would be, did we want to specify that it was permanent fixtures or any kind of temporary structures? For instance, what comes to mind is a lot of neighborhood kids put basketball nets up temporarily so they can play in the street, and a lot of them put them in the soil areas and use the street as a court. Would this be impacted by this? Would this ordinance also kind of impact any kind of temporary setup that someone would want to do?
But God forbid our kids want to play.
Going to defer to Jennifer Warren, our deputy city attorney. But this is very specific to things that are placed on trees, but I'm going to let the city attorney answer that question, respond to that question.
So the language of the ordinance as written applies to swings and any other similar apparatus if they're attached to trees located in swale areas, if they pose a danger. So if the kids were, regardless of whether it was temporary or a permanent placement, it's the location of the placement and the impact of it, meaning that if it was placed in a way that it created a danger, the city would have the ability to notify the property owner that it is unlawful and require the removal of either the swing or any other apparatus. So it may apply to the situation that you describe. It just would have to be specific. I'd have to see, I guess, a picture of it.
Okay. Yeah, because, what comes to mind is, like I mentioned, the basketball apparatus. Maybe somebody would want to do a street barbecue or something like that, or put a table out there to sell fruit or something,
And I think that could be done if it wasn't done in a dangerous manner. I've seen situations that you've described where they've gotten permits from the city to do, a block party and close down the street, the traffic, and that way it doesn't create a danger if they were to do like a temporary arrangement like that, and there wouldn't be an impact on it from the ordinance. So it really just depends on whether there's a danger created by hanging it.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. All right, so staff has made the report. We've got a comment from city attorney. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to address this, raise your hand or speak up so we can recognize you. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the item, and please state your name and address. Anyone wishing to speak, please let us know. I see none, I hear none. Going once, going twice. Seeing no comment, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Public hearing on item PC 8-21 is now closed. Let's go ahead and turn our attention over to our planning commissioners. Anyone wishing to comment on this? Let's start with Mr. McDermott. You're on the top of my list, sir.
Yes, I understand that this is an issue that has been brought before the councilwoman on a couple of occasions. And, at some point in time after everyone's comment, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, sir. Mr. Tonkin?
So you're saying, we're saying motion to approve what's...
Well, no, Mr. McDermott has indicated he'll hold off on his motion until everyone has spoken. So,
Okay, so I mean, I think from a liability point of view, it's really dangerous to have kids in the street, particularly with the nature of the way traffic is these days. So an example of this was when I was doing the park back here on 122nd Street, the kids would be playing in the street at nighttime with the basketball rather than in the park. And I asked them why they were doing that. And they said, well, the sign says keep off the median. So we don't play in the park, we play in the street. And so subsequently we had the signs removed from the median that said keep off the median. So now the kids can play in the park. But I think that it's just a liability issue for the city as well. So if who's responsible if a kid gets injured playing on a swing on a street tree? And I just think it's like if I had a kid, the last place I would put them would be on a street in North Miami. It's just not safe. And various hardscape items. I mean, I've seen I think in Keystone, I saw a fountain on the swell, and all these kind of items are also a driving hazard as well. So that's my thought on it.
Thank you, Mr. Tonkin. Mr. Goodwin?
I have 5 children, and I wouldn't put my children out there on the street. However, driving through Miami Shores, I see them all the time. The image that was there on the presentation obviously was not from Miami. That street was somewhere up north, probably Jersey. And it was hanging down in the street. I don't think that you have seen any of those situations in North Miami. I also take issue with the fact that we're saying that some people can use their swells to do as they want, but others can't. We've got some people, for example, Howard has plants all in his swells.
It's always personal.
It's not personal. You use your swells and you use your
to mitigate water as they're designed for. Right, so the purpose of the swell is to mitigate water.
Remember, the item addressed.
I'm speaking.
Yeah, gentlemen, remember, this
is you can say that someone can use their swell one way and others cannot. And I don't think that this is actually a big enough issue for this city for us to be addressing it. It's not like we've had children getting hit and that there's a major issue. So I will not be voting in support of it.
Thank you, Mr. Gooden. Ms. Pierre?
I would have to agree with him. I don't like the double standard, so I don't think I will support it.
Okay, Ms. Pierre, thank you. Mr. H?
We talked about playing in the street. I grew up in New York City, Manhattan, East 85th Street, between Lex and 3rd. And my whole life as a young kid was playing in the street, playing ball off the point and dodging traffic. I come down here to Miami in 1970 and I thought I found paradise. I don't see anything like I was living through as a kid up there. And I understand the point of view, okay, where you're going to have a swing hanging from a branch and you could go out into the street. Well, that could be a liability. But then on the other hand, suppose the swing was going it was swinging inside of the swale area. Is that a liability? I mean, I have a very interesting swale because mine's across the street on my lakeside. I have it decorated. I have plants, trees, rocks, what have you I put in there. And I want to beautify the city now. Where do we draw the line? It's one of, I'm sure Howard has a beautiful swale area in front of his place. I mean, we do it for the goodness. I don't know how much liability a swing is. I just don't know, but I can see it.
No, no at all. It should be, the swell is designed to mitigate stormwater. It is the purpose of the swell. It is not designed to park on. It is not designed for barbecues, fountains, play equipment, any of that. People should stay off the swell. It's a dangerous place to hang out. back in, with all due respect, this is 2021 and people are driving down the street at 80 miles an hour. Kids do get hit by cars. It is super dangerous and more kids will get hit by cars. I just think it's a bad area for hanging out, doing stuff. Yeah, sure.
As I was saying, Howard houses landscape nicely. I have mine landscaped nicely. I really haven't seen anybody sitting out there barbecuing on the swale or anything like that. And I walk. I usually walk to Keystone. I don't walk every street of it, obviously, but I walk to Keystone in the morning. I don't remember seeing any swing from there or swing sets set up out there. Now, if there is a swing set out in the swale area, then I shouldn't be there. I just don't recall seeing it. But that's my comments on it. I mean, I see a liability. If you're going to have a swing set out there and the kid swings out into the street, it could get clipped. I mean, that I understand. I see it. I mean, gee, when I walk through North Bayshore Drive and I cross the street with the light, I almost get clipped. I mean, I know how these are the worst drivers in the world. It's
horrible.
And, it's the worst in Saigon, sorry. Okay, you heard me talk.
All right. Thank you, Ken. Mr. Clark, your comments, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening to my fellow commissioners, and I'm going back and forth. I guess I would like to get clarification. I think it's kind of open-ended with other dangerous apparatus. Who makes that determination? Is that going to be our city improvement officers? I kind of feel like this is geared towards not really swings, but maybe geared towards something else. So I don't know if the legal team, I guess, what was the idea behind other
severe
the
main focus is actually swings.
Similar apparatuses?
So the main focus is really swings.
Talking about swings?
Yeah, we're mostly talking about swings. Similar apparatuses in there in case it's kind of a catch-all. It could include hammocks or whatever is placed on trees. And the person that makes the determination will be the viewing code officer for the area as to looking at the placement of the item and whether or not the way it is placed, it would create a danger to the public or create a risk factor. Obviously, the code officers will have the ability to reach out to the legal team at the city attorney's office if there's any questionable items where they need assistance in making a determination, but it will more than likely, the determination will be made by the viewing code officer as to whether or not to cite it as a violation or to leave the item where it's located if it's considered placed in a safe manner.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, who's speaking?
Thank you, sir. This is Debbie Love.
Yes, Debbie, go ahead.
I'd like to make a point of clarity. The language was before, it completely prohibited swings to even be in the trees, period. The way this language is now, it can be placed where it is located that becomes a danger. So it went from completely prohibiting it to how it's placed, which it goes back to Jennifer's, Ms. Warren's first comment about it's really the location and how it is, where it falls into. So it went from completely prohibiting it for everyone to saying it cannot be placed if it poses a danger. So I just wanted to point that out to everyone because this is consistent and it would be applied to everyone citywide. So I just wanted to point that out to you.
Debbie, in that ordinance, forgive me, Doctor, jumping in. I know you want to comment on this. Was there language in there before with that ordinance that prohibited that said, or any other apparatus?
No, so you could see the strike through above it, and it says swings or similar apparatus. That language was there. It just completely prohibited putting anything in any tree in the swales.
Right.
And you can see the slight modification, and the city, the Miss Warren is better able to, follow up with that. But I just wanted to point that out to you, that the language there before completely prohibited putting anything on any trees, any swales or other attachments like that in a tree.
Thank you. Okay. Finally, Doctor.
Yes.
Besson.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Comment, sir.
Okay, great. If we prohibit everything from going into trees, then you have to think about what happens in the holidays, the Christmas holidays. Does that mean there are no lights in trees?
We're just talking about.
I think what we have to do.
No,
it's very specific sir, to swings and similar apparatus like that.
But that's that would be the first motion, and then you would begin to eliminate things from there. Kids want to play in the street. They'll always play in the street. I grew up playing in the street in New York too. And we have to be careful. We have to value their life. But if the swing is put, as Ms. Warren said, in a position where it's not going out in traffic, it's not going to hit some person walking by, there's nothing wrong with putting, a swing out. Kids like to hang out in the front. They don't like to hang out in the backyard. So if it's limited to a danger to one's the resident or the resident's guests or other individuals, yes. Otherwise, I would not be in favor of just eliminating swings altogether. And I think, thank you very much for modifying the language so that kids can still play in the front yards.
Well, thank you, Doctor. My feeling is that if we had an ordinance already on the books that prohibited, then this is kind of redundant, I would think, isn't it? I would question its redundancy and its need to address the problem. Even though if we make it specific, we're still just saying almost the same thing.
Well,
Am I
no,
wrong to assume that?
Because prior to this amendment, you could not put any swing or anything like that in a tree, period, at all. This allows it as long as it's not placed in a way that would cause a danger. So it does allow, as long as it is not placed where it becomes a danger.
But the ordinance isn't specific to trees. It says the swale.
That's correct. Trees in the swale.
Dangerous.
I'm looking again at the language, and I want to make sure that we don't paint ourselves into a corner here, because I understand that we would permit it, but again, what we're doing is we're kind of leaving the door open for the code enforcement officer to make the determination, and one code officer may have a different opinion than the other code officer as to, regarding whether or not it's safe. So I mean, we're kind of being vague, I think, with the way that we've crafted the language in this. I don't know if anybody else agrees.
No, I'm in agreement. If the issue is trees, then the ordinance is specifically say swings and trees. It just says the swell area, which is leaving it very general. Dangerous.
No, sir. It actually says on trees in the swale area. So it's very specific to things that are attached to trees in the swales, not just anything in the swale. It's very specific to something that's attached to a tree in the swale.
I see Mr. Reach's hand up, sir. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe your key word here is dangerous swings and similar apparatus. Dangerous swings. Let's say you have something, you put a swing in there that's not dangerous. Who's to say what is dangerous? What is dangerous is if you're swinging out into the street. What is dangerous if you're swinging onto a sidewalk and pedestrians are walking by? But let's say you want to put a bench out there and you want to sit down. Is that dangerous? because you're out on the swale area. You know what? In my street, no, it isn't dangerous, okay? Because our swale's across the street. In San Souci, you don't have sidewalks, so you walk through there. Keystone, you have big swale areas on the sidewalk. You know, you have to rely on common sense judgment of the code enforcement officer or the police officer. If there is a dangerous situation out there, okay, I know what a dangerous situation is. You know what a dangerous situation is. The last thing we want to do is let our children get hurt out there. So, I mean, to me, this is like an innocuous ordinance. If I see a dangerous situation, I'm going to do something about it. I don't really have a problem with dangerous swings and similar apparatus. It's a judgment call. And, you know, we can dance with this all day. You know, kids are going to play in the street, and they're going to, heck, on the other side of my lake, the kids used to jump off the pine trees over there. You know, they used to swing from a rope.
Okay. All right, Chief, thank you.
I don't have a problem in passing this, but the key word is dangerous, and I think that's what we have to look at.
All right, thank you, Mr. Each. Mike, I'll turn this back over to you. You want to entertain a motion, sir, for approval?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can see the pros and cons of this. However, I don't think that it is, you know, it is an ordinance that applies to everybody. I don't think it's discriminatory at all. I think it's an ordinance that applies to everyone. You know, obviously, you know, staff has thought that there perhaps might, you know, be a danger. You know, considering that, you know, and the fact that, you know, that this is going to be universally enforced, that it is a danger or a potential danger, and things aren't supposed to be in the swale anyway, particularly swings, I mean, other than trees. I'd still like to make a motion to approve the ordinance as recommended by staff.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, we have a motion to, we have a motion.
Kenny seconded it.
Well, we have a motion on the floor to approve, and I'm looking for a second.
Kenny Each seconded it.
All right, Mr. Each is second. So let's go ahead and do a roll call on this. Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott, you vote yes? Mr. McDermott, can you hear me?
Yes.
Again? Yes. Mr. Tonkin?
Yes.
Mr. Tonkin is a yes. Mr. Goodwin?
Since Debbie clarified it for me and I now understand the limitations, I say yes as well.
Mr. Goodwin is a yes. Ms. Pierre?
No.
Mr. Pierre is a no. Mr. Each?
Yes.
Mr. Each is a yes. Mr. Clark
Yes.
is a yes. Mr. Besson?
Yes, with one comment. Maybe it shouldn't be a dangerous swing wording, but maybe a swing that creates a danger, because there is no dangerous swing. There's a swing that creates a danger.
So that's actually the language that's in the text of the ordinance. The dangerous swing language is in the title, and that's not going to control. What's going to control is the language in the text on page 79, which reads exactly as you suggest, Dr. Besson.
Okay, thank you. Then
Thank you.
agree. Then I agree.
Okay, so all the votes are in. We have 7 yes, 1 no. The ordinance passes to be moved on to the City Council. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, staff. And Jennifer, thank you for all the clarifications on that item. All right, moving on, everyone. We have, let me make sure that I'm correct here with my items. Give me 1 second. Okay, I believe our next item up is PC 9-21. That'll be a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a conditional use permit in substantiality, the attached form, an existing development that will provide for a university on the 7.95 acre real property located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Northeast 127th Street and Northeast 17th Avenue, and specifically identified with Miami-Dade County folio numbers 06-2229-07-0010, 06-2229-008, -0059, and finally 06-229-008-00552. In accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Sections 3-402 through 3-407, and Article 4, Division 3, Sections 4-302 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes. Now, at this point, we do need to have commission disclosure on this article. So at this time, any members of the commission that has had any discussion with this, please let us know at this point. Mr. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Tonkin?
No.
Mr. Goodwin?
No.
Mr. Pierre?
No.
Ms. Pierre, excuse me. My apologies, Bernadette. Mr. Each?
Mr. Chairman, Council, you're talking about discussions with the Doral staff. Is that what we're talking about? And anybody that represents them?
Mr. Held?
We're referring to discussions you might have had with the applicant, the applicant's representatives, or any citizens.
Yeah, citizens I have.
Okay.
Definitely.
And generally, Mr. Each, they covered the characteristics of the application, would you say?
Yes, what's going to move into the old Johnson and Wales build and how it's going to affect the neighborhood. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Each is fine, Mr. Helm?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clark? Mr. Clark? No? I've lost Mr. Clark. All right, Dr. Basin?
No.
And Ms. Pierre? None? Ms. Pierre?
Yeah, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Whether or not you've had any previous discussions regarding this item, PC 09-21?
No.
No? Thank you very much.
My neighbors, you're over there. Yeah.
All right, so let's go ahead and turn this over to staff. May we have your report, please?
Yes, sir. Before we get onto my staff report, if we could swear in anyone who plans to speak. We have our notary here that we would like to go ahead and swear in anyone who plans to speak on this item. Please raise your right hand, identify yourself in the chat, and raise your hand.
Okay, again, Stephanie Thomas is monitoring that. Stephanie, let us know when you see everyone that has their hands raised, and go ahead and do the swearing in.
I only have one person's hand raised. All the other video cameras are.
Okay, I see Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Gazant,
Yes.
and I think that's it, correct? I see two hands raised.
Yes, that's what I see too.
Plus
Okay.
staff, yes. There's also,
Yes, I just saw Mr. Yanis. Orlando, you can hear us? Okay. So there's 3 people that need to be sworn in. Go ahead,
plus Ms. Love.
and Miss Love. All right.
Okay, so do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
That's it? Okay,
Yes, sir.
great. All right, Mrs. Love, you may proceed.
Alrighty, I'll just ask Ms. Thomas to bring my PowerPoint back up. That's great. Share screen. Okay. The item before you, again, for the record, Debbie Love, City Planner, Community Planning and Development. The item before you is a conditional use permit for Doral College. Next slide. The request is actually to get your approval, the conditional use approval to establish a new college. It's located, as you can see on the slide, it consists of 3 parcels. It's located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Northeast 127th and Northeast 17th Avenue. It is the 3 parcels altogether consist of about 8 acres almost. One of the parcels contains a parking lot. The other 2 are academic facilities. There's a parking garage as well. They have 260 bed in the resident hall, the Flamingo resident hall. The area is currently zone PU, which is a public use, and Community Facility University is its future land use designation, which comports completely, of course, as you all know, you approved not long ago a development agreement for the new campus master plan for Johnson & Wells. And Johnson & Wells, as we know, has ceased operation. There is the facilities have been purchased and they are being assigned to others to do different types of activities. This is the first one to come before us, is to continue the existing use as a college. The reason they need a conditional use permit is the development agreement for a campus master plan is determined and required by Florida statute. So in PU, we need a conditional use permit to allow them to continue to operate now as a college. Next slide, please. We do have some conditions that staff is recommending that be placed on this conditional use permit. The parking, based upon the square footage of the facility, requires 1,120 parking spaces. Because the way that the university campus was designed before, they had multiple parking lots that was utilized by a lot of different students and during different time periods. What they have purchased for this particular use is contains 439 parking spaces. So as a requirement of the conditional use permit, they need to obtain either get more parking or apply and be granted a variance with the Board of Adjustment on the reduced parking that they have now. They have to continue the use as a college. Otherwise, they have to come back to change it if they desire to do so at some time in the future. And of course, they're going to need that CO, that certificate of occupancy. In this case, it would be what's called a certificate of reoccupancy, and then they'll need a certificate of use. Next. So this plans to go before City Council. It's scheduled to go before City Council for their review and potential approval on May 25th. That is the end of staff's presentation, and the applicant. Go ahead. The applicant is here. The applicant's representative is here. Mr. Gassant, it is yours, sir, to make your presentation. Just let us know when to change the slide, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Good afternoon. Pedro Gassant of On the Night with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm joined this afternoon by my colleagues, Hugo Arsa, and Alexandria San Romain, also upon the night. And we're here this afternoon on behalf of Doral College, Inc., with respect to its request for a conditional use permit to maintain an educational use within the educational facilities of property formerly used by Johnson Wales University. We are thankful to have staff's recommendation of approval, as we believe that maintaining the educational use on the property will add an educationally impactful program to the city of North Miami. Now, before I go into the property, the location and the historical approvals, I think it's important to provide some context about what this recommendation of approval will help to establish on the property. There are three broad reasons why we believe this commission should recommend approval of these requests. First, it will bring an innovative educational program to the city that has been shown to improve educational outcomes. Second, it will be consistent and compatible with the buildings that are on the property today. And third, it will be in furtherance of the previous approvals that since at least 2005 have always contemplated that the property would be used as an educational facility. Further, this conditional use permit will allow the establishment of a dual enrollment campus on the property. This campus will predominantly be focused on providing dual enrollment courses to public high school students. Dual enrollment is a program that allows high school students, and in some cases, middle school students, the opportunity to earn college credits. The program provides rigorous educational opportunities while establishing a very cost-effective option for offsetting future college and university costs. In Florida, students in dual enrollment programs are exempt. Go back to the previous slide, please, to the slide. Students are exempt from paying tuition, registration, and fees. And these cost savings, which are significant, I will address later on in my presentation. Next slide, please. One of the core benefits of providing dual enrollment access to high school and middle school students is that it provides the confidence for these students to recognize at an early age that not only can they go to college, but that they also can succeed in college. For example, when analyzing the percentage of students who are enrolled in post-secondary education after high school, a study found that students who took dual enrollment classes were 17% more likely to be enrolled in post-secondary education. They were 8% more likely to be pursuing bachelor's degrees and 5% more likely to have not dropped out before their second term or second year of college. And these percentages that I've just referenced represent a significant number because the study is based off of an analysis of over 299,000 students. Next slide, please. In addition, participation in dual enrollment courses has shown that it has a positive impact on GPAs. In fact, the data shows that there is a 0.2 deviation of college GPAs between students who were not enrolled in dual enrollment and those who were. And that deviation appears to continue for a period of at least 3 years in college. Next slide, please. Now, one of the most fascinating aspects of dual enrollment is its impact on low-income students and low-achieving students. For students who attended college but had some of the lowest GPAs in their high school, those students appear to benefit by a 0.37 increase in GPA. So if these students had a 2.7 in high school, being involved in dual enrollment courses would have made these students much more likely of obtaining a 3.0 while in college. Dual enrollment also has a significantly positive impact on low-income students and has been associated with a 0.27 increase in GPA from these students' high school GPAs. These educational benefits are some of the reasons why a dual enrollment campus will provide significant benefits to high school students located in the city of North Miami. But in addition to all of this, access to dual enrollment courses creates a significant opportunity to broaden college access by reducing the future financial burden that students bear to pursue their college dreams. Next slide, please. For example, 87% of college students have student loan debts in excess of $10,000. And this debt is severely impacting these students' ability to pursue their dreams, as 61% of them have noted that the amount of student loans have adversely impacted their ability or willingness to pursue a small business. Next slide, please. In fact, student loans are negatively impacting other areas of our economy, as it is causing more graduates to wait until they have made a significant debt in their student loans before purchasing a home. This is why this application is so important, because it helps to provide significant cost savings while also substantially improving educational outcomes. Next slide, please. For example, through its dual enrollment programs to date, Doral College has saved students over $9.2 million, all while providing a wide array of courses for young students, including financial accounting and statistics. This campus will grow Doral College's dual enrollment footprint and provide more public school students with access to dual enrollment courses. Next slide, please. The property is located on the north side of Northeast 127th Street and east of Northeast 16th Avenue. It is composed of several academic buildings, a parking garage, and a parking lot and a dorm. The property is approximately 8 acres and has served for over 20 years as a focal point for academic instruction. The property is already built out, and the conditional use permit presents an excellent opportunity to maintain an educational use on the property. Next slide, please. This is the view looking from Northeast 127th Street. This slide just gives you a better sense of some of the buildings that are already existing on the property and some of the existing conditions on the site. Next slide, please. The entirety of the property was part of the Johnson Wells Master Plan that was approved by the city in June 2020 and was recognized as part of the existing conditions for the educational use on the master plan. Our plan is to continue the educational use by utilizing the property to provide dual enrollment courses to high school students. Next slide, please. We note that in 2005, 2013, 2020, the city approved various master plans that have always contemplated that this property be used for educational instruction. Our request this afternoon is in furtherance of these historic approvals and helps to maintain the status of the property while also enhancing the educational opportunities of the city's high school. Next slide, please. Your recommendation this afternoon will allow Doral College to create a dual enrollment hub at the property, which, as noted earlier, will enhance educational opportunities for students while potentially reducing their student debt, all while being consistent and compatible with the historical approvals. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the Commission recommend approval of the conditional use permit. We thank you for your time. We're here to answer any questions and would like to reserve some time for rebuttal if necessary. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I believe you're muted.
I muted my speaker temporarily, forgot to turn it back on. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Gassant, for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm sure there'll be a couple from our commission. I can hold off until we do get the public hearing portion of it taken care of. So if there are no other staff comments, or you have any other, Mr. Basanya, hold off 1 second on your questions here. Let's hear from the public first, and then we'll get to our questions. All right. So I saw Mr. Held. I saw no hands from the public were raised. I don't believe
there is a hand from Sarah McDevitt. Her hand
Sarah
is
McDevitt.
raised.
Okay, Sarah. She will need to be sworn in, sir. I don't believe we had her sworn in when we did the swearing in. Is that correct?
Yes, she was not sworn in.
Right. I think Ms. Thomas has stepped out.
I'm here.
I think.
We'll have to wait, sir, to get our notary back to swear Ms. McDevitt in.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question while we're waiting?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gassant.
Good afternoon.
So I have a question about the parking requirements for the project. So the recommendation is that there be a condition attached to the approval that the total number of spaces either be provided or that a variance be granted. So I have a couple of questions. The first one is the previous master plan, and maybe Ms. Love can answer this question Were all of the required parking provided for the previous university use?
Yes, sir. It was actually more than they needed because they were reducing their student enrollment downward. So they had enough parking for a higher number of students.
So is it fair to say that some of the parking that was used for the entire campus has been directed to other parcels, and there's just less parking associated with what has been carved out for this application?
That I cannot answer that question. I only have one application in here at this time. And
no, I'm saying compared to the prior use, that there were more parking spaces that were distributed across the campus. And
that's true.
So, Mr. Gassant, maybe you understand what I'm asking and have it.
Absolutely. So thank you, Mr. Attorney, for raising that issue. So the difference is that we are utilizing 439 parking spaces on the site. And given the use that we're developing on the site and that we will have for dual enrollment college hub, we anticipate that the impact of the use will not require all 439 parking spaces. You may recall that the master plan for the Johnson & Wales site covered over 20 acres, and that had other additional uses that were also associated with it. You had dorms that were there. You had the gym that was the Wildcat Center that's there. So there are a variety of other uses that are attached to the former master plan that was approved. But when it comes to the actual parcels that encompass the educational facilities, it has always been these approximately 8 acres that have been associated with the actual educational portion and focal point of the Johnson & Wales master plan. There were a variety of other uses that Johnson & Wales was seeking to establish on the site, and those parking spaces simply aren't going to be a part of what we're doing. But given the use that we're providing and given the use that we're presenting, we are very confident that we should be able to have sufficient parking spaces to accommodate that, which will be one of the reasons why we do feel confident in our ability to demonstrate to the Board of Adjustment why we should be able to accommodate the number of parking spaces on our site with the number of students that we will have on the property.
If I may interject, sir,
Sure.
Mr. Held, are we giving them wiggle room that would enable them to find a way to provide additional parking if it became necessary, given the fact that they do have land that can be developed or be used as parking or additional parking garages? Do they have that wiggle room with what we are asking in the permit, in the conditional use permit?
Mr. Gassant can also answer, but I asked Ms. Love that same question. And she said that the way the condition was written, for example, if the variance is not granted, they would be able to look for other opportunities within the code requirements of like a sharing arrangement or parking spaces off-site. So, Mr. Gassant?
That is accurate. There's flexibility built into the language of the conditions that allows us the flexibility, although we don't think that this is going to happen, if we should be denied the variance request, to be able to ensure that we can accommodate the students on the site. But again, we are very, very confident, given the use of the site, that we actually have more parking spaces than what's needed.
Okay, thank you very much for your responses.
Thank you, Mr. Gassant. Are we ready to swear in the?
Yes, we are, sir.
All right, go ahead, Ms. McDevitt, if you can hear us.
I can. Would you raise your right hand, please?
I have it raised.
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McDevitt, if you could give us your full name and address, please.
Sarah McDevitt, 14490 Northeast 10th Avenue. I just had a question regarding the academy because it wasn't entirely clear to me. Is this educational facility intended to service high school students only, or will there be a college as well? Will there be college students? And, if that could just be clarified. because that would determine some who might be commuting. Also, whether or not the intent is to offer, I mean, typically with charter schools, there is a certain number of slots that are allocated to people who live within the community. Is there any plan for that? And, because that would determine some who's going to be attending the school and whether or not they're, vehicle commuters versus walkers and, bikers.
Absolutely. So I'd be happy to address that question. So the predominant use of the site will be for dual enrollment for high school students. There will also be an educational educational college on the site that we don't anticipate will have more than 100 or so students, and that's for early childhood education. One of the aspects of Doral College is that it provides a bachelor's degree for early childhood education, so folks can pursue that degree there. But there also will be, and we anticipate there will be an adult educational component that could start after 6 p.m., whereby we would cap the number of folks who would be able to come in after 6 p.m. to either get their GED and receive some additional technical training in order to ensure that they can receive adult education on the site as well. But the majority of this use is going to be through dual enrollment. And really the way that the dual enrollment process works is that Doral College has entered into a variety of agreements with local public schools, whereby those students who are qualified to attend the dual enrollment programs have the access to attend this particular hub. And particularly one of the core benefits there is that it's going to serve as a main conduit for folks and residents and students who live in the city of North Miami to have easier access to those dual enrollment. And in this scenario, we're going to have an entire campus that's going to be dedicated to that. So you won't have some of the issues that you have in other facilities, whereby you may have an enrollment number that sort of limits the number of students who can get in. And particularly given the fact that Doral College has seen the impact that the dual enrollment course load has on low-income students and the benefits that it provides, they want to be able to open it up to ensure that the most people have access to it. So that's one of the core reasons why this entire campus is going to be focused on dual enrollment.
So I'm sorry, then to be clear, that means that you will be, for example, giving kids at ATM or North Miami Senior the opportunity to take dual enrollment classes through your college at this location. So they would be taking their regular classes at their high schools and then coming to your school for their dual enrollment class? Coming to your college?
Yeah, so what Doral College has is a authority from the state of Florida to provide dual enrollment for all public schools. So certainly that would be an option to ensure that those students have access to these.
And then, so do you have any kids who would be at your campus full time the entire day, or is it only kids who are going to be commuting back and forth for those college classes?
So the way that it would work out is that there may end up being some kids who would be there full time, and there would be some kids who would be there for the dual enrollment. So the perspective would be that the dual enrollment students would be the folks who are there for their college classes, while the kids who are there for the educational early childhood education would be there for the full time. So that's the breakdown that's going to occur there with respect to the use on the site.
So daily basis, 2,500 kids there at different times throughout the course of the day.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McDevitt. We have no other comments. Is that correct, staff? From what I'm seeing, there's no other comments coming from the public.
Do not have any further comments and no hands raised right now.
Very good. Thank you very much. Public hearing is now closed. Let's turn this over to our commission members. Once again, we'll Mr. Basin, I know you had something right away and I don't want to hold you up. We'll open it up to you, sir. First, go ahead, Doctor.
I have two areas that I'd like a little more information on. Number one, what types of courses will you be offering for dual enrollment?
So I'll wait for you, Doctor, to finish your two questions if you prefer, or I can address your question right now.
No, let's address each one separately, please.
All right. Awesome. So it's going to be the full set of core college courses that are provided at FSU, FIU, all of the state schools in the state of Florida. So it's the full litany of courses that are provided that would allow any student, any high school student to receive their AA.
Okay, that sounds lovely. In addition, the parking, you said you have a total of 400 and, I couldn't
39.
quite hear. 400 what?
439. 439.
439. How many students at any one time do you foresee the maximum on campus?
So I do foresee that there will be circumstances where on campus we would have 2,500 students. But given the way that the program will be set up, because it's going to be majority dual enrollment, most of these students are either going to be catching the yellow bus from their local schools to drop them off to the site, or will be carpooling to the location. This is not, given the fact that it's going to be dual enrollment.
Mr. Gassan, we lost you. You'll have to repeat that again because we lost you temporarily. If you don't mind repeating it again, please.
Oh, my apologies. So I'll start off at the beginning. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we do hear you.
Okay.
You were addressing the school bus transportation.
Awesome. So because the school is entering into agreements with the local schools, what's going to end up happening is that there's going to be specific schedules that are carved out for each of those students to ensure that every one of them have access to the dual enrollment program. So given the way that our dual enrollment program has worked at other sites, we know for a fact that on this particular campus that there won't be utilization of more than 350 of the parking spaces. So we do anticipate that there's going to be some excess parking spaces on the site, Doctor. But there may be circumstances where, as it was with Johnson & Wells, where you will have 2,500 students on the site at the same time, but those students may be coming in, they will be coming in at different points. So you'll have students who are in from 9 to 12, but some students may come in at 10, and some students may come in at 11 because they only have one credit. But there may be an instance where you have 2,500 students on site.
Do you have an area for dropping off of students and picking up of students? Because obviously most high school students do not have cars, at least that they own, and will park there all day.
So Dr. Benson, I think that is an excellent question. When you look at the site, there's a western parking lot that connects to a bridge that gives you a beautiful view of the water that's there. That will be the main portion for the drop off. It's a nice site. It has over 89 parking spaces, but it also provides a nice natural circulation for the buses to come in, drop the kids off. They can walk across the beautiful bridge, get to the site without having any impacts to northeast 127th Street. So it's one of the core benefits that you end up having on this property is that you have that space and you have that location. But then in addition to that, you have a parking lot that's just to the southwest of the academic building. That's just north of northeast 127th Street. That also provides an additional opportunity for drop off for students. But we anticipate that the main site will be that western parking lot.
Yeah, I'm well familiar with the area. I had a medical office when it was called North Miami Medical Center there. And they even, just as an aside, they had a parking carousel, which they managed to sell the hospital, which was eventually torn down. I don't know if anybody remembers this, to put extra cars in, which they never, ever used. So, but I'm glad to see it being put to good use.
One more.
Thank you,
Thank you, Doctor. All right, Mike McDermott, you have the floor, sir.
I'm sorry, Charlie, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, Mike, I recognize you, sir, if you would like to submit a comment.
So this institution is nonprofit, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you're going to you're going to be applying for tax exempt status. Do you already have it?
That is correct. Doral College, it has been in existence since 2012.
Well, I understand that, but in Florida.
No, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to be, so basically the school is not going to be paying any real estate taxes on your development.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Charlie.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tonkin?
I don't have any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin.
Hi. I'm actually very familiar with the dual enrollment. My son actually goes to SAS, which many of you may have just read was voted the #1 high school in Florida and the #4 in the country. And the program itself that my son is in is very limiting. It was very hard for him to get into. So when I heard that now North Miami is going to have this as a staple in our Johnson and Wales location, which I was very concerned about what would be going in there, I became very excited. I, again, because I'm familiar with how it works, am very much in support of the project.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Pierre?
Yes. Also, I am extremely familiar with the project because I work for Miami-Dade County Public School. So I know that this will give our kids a lot of advantage to actually take some classes and not get a lot of loans. So I'm happy and I look forward to seeing this to fruition.
Thank you, Commissioner Peter.
Thank you. Mr. Each.
I have several questions. As I reside in that area, I've known Johnson and Wales ever since they came to North Miami. What we're doing now is we're kind of changing the dynamics of that neighborhood. And I welcome you. I kind of concur with your courses of study of what you're trying to of our community. However, I am concerned about the impact that this is going to have on Emerald Drive, on Emerald Lake. I've lived there for a number of years. My neighbors are quite concerned. Now, when we say parking, Johnson and Wales had a campus from 123rd Street all the way to White Creek Road. They had ample parking spaces. We never had a problem with Johnson and Wales parking. Now we're going to use that west parking lot on Emerald Drive and Northeast 16th Avenue to load and unload students. What are the hours of operation going to be, may I ask? That's the first question.
So the hours of operation would be between 7:30 and 5. And then if we decide to move forward with the adult education, it may be from 6 and at the latest to 9 p.m.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part.
So if we move forward with the adult educational portion of the facility, it would be from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. But
so that's 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And now, where you're unloading the students, that street's a residential street, other than your parking lot right there. Okay. Now that parking lot, if I'm not mistaken, can hold 91 cars, 91 vehicles.
So I believe, Commissioner, I don't mean to interrupt. So there are certainly I believe there's 89 parking spaces there, but the stacking that can go into that site, we anticipate should be able to accommodate the buses that we would be utilizing for the dual enrollment student.
You got 91 there, sir, and 302 in the parking garage. Now, I got to tell you, with Johnson and Wales, I remember when they were at maximum capacity 10 years ago, 12 years ago, they were 2,500. The parking garage was a nuisance. It was an absolute nuisance. Cars going through there all the time, music blasting. People that lived on the other side of the canal could not enjoy their evenings. Okay? So Johnson and Wales, what they did is they put their security officers over there and made sure that the radios were turned down, so forth and so on, and completely landscaped the back of that canal area over there where it borders the canal. Now, we're kind of changing the dynamics here because you said you're going to 9 o'clock at night. We didn't go to 9 o'clock at night with Johnson and Wales. Usually about 5 o'clock, they were done dancing so people could enjoy their neighborhood. All right? And like I say, this is kind of going to change the dynamics of the whole situation. And there's things that we can do. We welcome you, don't get me wrong, but I want to ensure that the quality of life and the property value don't go down because of this institution coming in. This is not Johnson and Wales. This is a totally different concept. You know, we had Johnson and Wales buildings next door, down the street, spread out. They were a benefit to the community. This is a little bit different. You're not going to have anybody living on campus, correct?
No,
Okay.
we will not have anyone living on campus.
Okay, so now we're going to have an adult component in this, and they're going to probably park, what, in the parking garage? Or
In the parking garage. They will be parking in the parking garage for the.
Okay, so that means that traffic is going to be running to about 10 o'clock at night.
No, it's going to be shut down by 9 p.m.
Okay.
So it's from 6 to 9 for the adult.
At night. So now that whole environment over there, you just change the dynamics in that neighborhood because of the noise, the cars, the light situation, so forth and so on. And we want to remedy that before that gets started.
So allow me to address some of your comments, Commissioner, because I think that those are all really good comments.
When I spoke to the neighborhood over there, they're all concerned about that. A lot of these people have been living there 40, 50 years. They put a lot of money into their neighborhood and they don't want it to appreciate. You know, like the parking garage is very noisy. The light situation where they don't want the light intrusion into their backyard. They thought one of the comments was made to me that they don't want to live behind what's going to look like the Broward County Jail. They want bright lights shining all over the place. They want that landscape to be maintained. When you look across the canal, it's all wooded except for the parking garage and the office building next to the main campus. And they want that to be maintained. But if you're going to start illuminating that at night, you're going to go up to the top floor, I presume.
No, so I want to address.
I think you have 5 stories or five levels, I believe.
Yeah, so I want to address some of the comments that you've been raising because I do think it's important to delineate the differences between what.
Well, the canal side, we'd like to see that blacked out. Okay. I mean, there's ways of doing it. In fact, in that parking garage, they do have, on the first level as you come in, it's blacked out on the lower level, not facing the residential area, but was inside the parking garage itself that people couldn't look at the storage area that they had down there. I believe I've seen it in one of the other proposals that we have here that was called black screen or green screen that you could put up on that side of the canal that would not cause light intrusion to go into the residential area. Okay? It's a cloth fabric that I don't think it's that costly, but that would be one of the things that the neighborhood would want over there. In other words, that's one of the issues. Secondly, are you going to have any kind of security on the campus?
We will have security on campus.
Okay, so we would like to see that with the campus, like Johnson and Wales did, when they did have a big enrollment, there was a security officer there at the parking garage making sure that the noise wasn't blasting. Some of these kids get in that parking garage and they get that boombox blasting and you hear it 5 blocks away and your windows are shaking and everything else. The whole that's the quality of life. It's a very tranquil neighborhood. So we want to ensure that several things are taking place over there. Light intrusion from the top, not going into the residential area. No big spotlights in the back where it looks like the Broward County Jail. Okay. The other thing that we're really concerned about over there was the lake. Now, when you purchased that parking lot, that west parking lot over there on 16th Avenue and Emerald,
that's right.
A portion of the lake.
Yeah, so we have the bridge. We're going to be maintaining the bridge, the pedestrian bridge that connects the parking lot to the academic buildings on the eastern side.
That's the canal. That's the Arch Creek Canal. And then when you cross Emerald, you have the lake. And I think, depending on your right of way, you want about 20 feet into that lake.
I would have to double check the survey as to what we.
I
would double check the survey.
Okay, I'm very familiar with the area. You own 20 feet into the lake. One of the things, actually, there's a couple of things that came up on that. One, we want to ensure the lake is what it's all private. The signs posted. They don't want any fishing in there, no trespassing in there. That's something we request that you let know. let the students know that somebody else. And those swimming in there, and also the maintenance of that swale area over there. The Johnson Wells, there was a good relationship, good working relationship with Johnson Wells. And the students weren't permitted to swim or fish in the lake. And the fish have been in there. There's a long story behind that. And amberjack, and we just don't want that.
Commissioner, I think a lot of the issues that you're raising are issues that we're happy to address and really boil down to us being good neighbors. And we are fully committed to being good neighbors and ensuring that there won't be any adverse impacts from our development. We are not going to engage in activities that are going to have any negative adverse impacts on the property. And we fully anticipate.
Okay, I thank you, Councilor, for that, but we want to make sure that you hear ours publicly.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We just want to get it out there in the public. Okay, some of the hours of operation would be 6 to 9. We're concerned.
No, that's that. I want to correct that. So it's not 6 to 9. That's for the adult component. It would be from 8 to 5, from 7:30 to 5 for the dual.
Okay. You're gonna maintain that bridge to the parking lot. You're gonna maintain all of that on the prior agreement with Johnson and Wales. They had to maintain all the trees along the canal, the embankment. You're going to have to continue with that. That's it. All right, they were supposed to change the fence, that chain link fence that surrounds that parking lot on 16th Avenue and Emerald. There's a chain link fence. You're in a residential area now, and it's against our code to have a chain link fence. I'd like to see that upgraded.
Mr. Gazan, I think we lost you.
No, I'm here. I wasn't sure whether Commissioner East was asking a question or making a statement.
There was a question regarding the chain link fence that's existing now.
And they were supposed to change that to a decorative type fence. The other thing that what they were concerned about is that at no time would you people sell any portion of the lake area to a private developer or try to fill it in.
So anything that we own, we're going to keep. Anything that we don't want to build it.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Mr. H, is that it?
No, I just want to make sure that I have. Oh, the promenade that you have in front of that building, you're going to keep that. On front of, on what the heck is that? 17th Avenue?
That's correct.
That beautiful walkway, that's the nicest.
That's right.
That's staying?
Yes, that's going to stay. We would like to keep it as a nice pedestrian walkway.
Okay. What do you think, what's the maximum amount of vehicles you're going to have there at any one time?
So we don't anticipate there being many vehicles on that side. I think the core aspect of that would be something that we could provide you with more additional details with respect to Northeast 17th Avenue, but the actual number of vehicles on that site, I couldn't give you the exact number at this moment.
Okay, because what I'm looking at right now is you have a total of 293 available spaces right now.
We have a total of 439 spaces on the property that we have. That's how many parking spaces that we have.
You have the west parking lot, the parking garage, and there's
yes, that's correct. There's the southwestern portion.
Okay. Because I got the west parking lot at 91 and the parking garage at 302.
Mm-hmm. So I can actually show you from the master plan. When you look on the master plan, there's actually a delineation of the number of parking spaces. When you count it up for our particular site, it comes up to 439 parking spaces.
And then also, if I'm not mistaken, Johnson & Wales was leasing some of the spots from that public shopping center across the street. So would you use that or then contemplate that as excess parking?
No, we do not anticipate, given the use that we're going to have on the site, that there's going to be any potential for us to even utilize all 439 parking spaces. Again, the core distinction between us and Johnson & Wales is that Johnson & Wales had all of its students that were 18 and over. The majority of our students will be younger than that and will be bused in from different public high schools in in the city of North Miami and throughout the county. So we don't anticipate that there's going to be a parking impact that's going to require us to lease additional spaces.
Well, the big concern is that parking garage at night and the lights. That is the two big concerns, and if you can remedy that with the black screen or the green screen. And see, when Johnson and Wales, the enrollment went down. I have the enrollment numbers here, so it wasn't an issue. 5 o'clock at night, they were done. And they didn't play basketball there. They opened up that sports center right down the street. And it was a very tranquil, peaceful existence. And the neighborhood wants to maintain that peaceful, tranquil existence and a partnership with you people. You know, we'll welcome you to the neighborhood, but
one of the questions, Ken, if I could ask, is Johnson Wales had a lot of the old apartment buildings that they renovated around that area. Those you did not pick up those apartment buildings along with the purchase of that property. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct. We are not purchasing those apartment buildings that I think you're referring to that are north of the west parking lot.
Yeah, I think they're kind of scattered throughout the neighborhood. Is that correct, Ken?
Yes, there are some that are scattered throughout the neighborhood, but we did not pick those up. The only residential portion that is part of our site is the former dormitory that was on the property just north of Northeast 127th Street.
And again, go ahead, Ken.
They had the dorms in the main campus. There were some dorms in there. They were spread out through 123rd Street. East of 16th Avenue and west of the Boulevard. And they had one on the lake, Emerald Lake Apartment, 1700 133rd Street. Then they have 13025 Emerald, 13035 Emerald. And I don't know what's going to happen with those. That's another, but you guys are just going to have the parking lot for it. So I guess my question is this. Where are we going to be with the blackout and all that type of thing in the lights? That's what we're concerned about before we go forward.
We will work with staff to fashion an item that can help address the concerns that you have, although we fully anticipate that we're not going to have those issues because these are not going to be college students per se who are living at the property and who are going to be blaring music. Most of our students will be coming in by buses and carpooling, but we're happy to coordinate with staff for a feasible option to ensure that we are not adversely impacting the neighborhood. I think we would be fine with that.
All right, Ken.
Well, let me hear from Debbie Love here. With the big concern is that parking garage and the noise and the light intrusion into the residential area. That is the biggest concern. I think we can put up with the 7:30 dropping off and all day long. You're going to have some people coming in and out of the parking lot. That's one thing. All right. But the thing is that at night, after 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, if you're going to do with your adult education, you're going to have those lights intruding into the residential area. That's not going to cut it. We want some kind of a reassurance that the lights from the parking garage, the noise from the parking garage, and the lights from the back of the university aren't going to be intruding into the residential area. And we some kind of an agreement on that before I go on with this.
Well, Mr. Each, if you wish to proffer an additional condition that could be added in conjunction with Mr. Gassant, at this point, that would be an option that you certainly could proffer. I can't think of really any other guarantee other than what that Mr. Gassant is stating to you in public, in front of everyone, that they do intend to, work with staff to assure how best to address any potential light spillage and any noise that your concerns about noise from the parking garage. He has clearly indicated that he believes that would not necessarily be the case, but if it would make you feel a little bit more assured, then perhaps you can make such recommendation as an additional condition is the applicant will coordinate with staff to assure the light spillage and noise from the parking garage are mitigated appropriately. And I'll turn to Mr. Held and Ms. Warren for their weighing in on specific language along with Mr. Gassant. But that would be an option for you as well, sir.
I have a suggestion after I asked Mr. Gassant a question. Earlier, did you, and I think there was a question about security on campus. Did you respond that there will be security?
I responded in the affirmative. That is correct.
Okay, so does a condition that says something like the applicant will maintain security to address issues of noise arising from the parking garage and other portions of the campus?
That works. That works very fine. Attorney.
Okay. And then does that work?
Ken, go ahead.
Go ahead, Counsel. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, Mr. Each, does that address your concern?
No, not really. The security on the campus you should have there for the noise. I can understand that. But at night, definitely, I don't know what a security officer is going to do about light intrusion coming over.
No, I was going to discuss that next.
Okay, because I was going to say, I'm, and maybe I should let counsel speak, but I'm hard pressed to see that in this meeting, we're going to set a precedent to define what light spillage and sound spillage is considered. There should be a standard defined, and that shouldn't be defined by us. Well,
the code actually says that you cannot have light spilling off of your property onto the adjacent property, that your lighting system has to be such whereby the light does not spill over outside of your site. And
Ms. Love, will that issue be addressed when this application goes before the DRC?
Doesn't matter.
It's pretty much internal. So yes, but most of their work will be done to the internal.
They're going to go 200, 300 old.
So if it
continuous.
5,000 square feet of change. It wouldn't go to DRC, but in this case, it will end up going to DRC. So it could be, if you say it's a condition that at DRC, the lighting is reviewed and for compliance with our code.
Right. So, Mr. Gassant, is that an acceptable condition that the lighting will be reviewed when this application is reviewed by the DRC to ensure compliance with code requirements?
Yeah, look, it's already an aspect of the code. It's a requirement of code. We would have to ensure that even if it's at DRC or not, if we're having any light spillage, we would be subject to code enforcement issues. So,
right. Well, we wouldn't want to have you rely on some grandfather status.
Look, we're fine with that. We're fine.
Okay. So I'll draft something for that, sir.
Right. So we're going to have, Mr. Held is working on two conditions. One is the security issue relative to noise and loitering or whatever, and the other will be how the lighting is addressed through the DRC review.
And I guess then the other thing is the black screen, for there's no illumination behind those trees. We're requiring that in all the new apartment buildings and all the new parking garages, so that screen can go up, and we can do that.
Yep. Look. I think we would need some additional information as to where the screen is going to go.
The side, sir, Counselor, the side that faces the canal, we'd like to see that black screen in.
Yeah, so look, I would have to have our team go out there and take a look at that. That's certainly something that we would be happy to consider. I think, again, the core thing here is that we fully anticipate that this use is going to be less intense than what Johnson & Well had. So given the fact that you already know that there wasn't any issues from the use that Johnson & Wells had on the site, we fully anticipate that there won't be any issues that are going to be associated with this site. But my issue is being able to go out there and tell you today without going out there and getting a sense of how big that screen would be, what's the area for that screen, how long it's going to have to be in order to address that. I think that's something that's sufficiently addressed by the DRC.
I don't mean it's a fabric that they put in between the floors. It's actually a fabric. They have it on the first floor. Okay, it just dims. It dims the cars and it also reduces the noise. It dims the lights from the parking garage going through, especially if you're going to have night classes there. Okay, and that's going to carry right over to the residential area, and that's something that the residents do not want.
So Commissioner, we've already made a commitment of ensuring that the DRC is going to review the application to ensure that there won't be any light spillage, in addition to what's already there on the site, to ensure that our impacts will not adversely impact you. I think as part of that process.
That's how we lost you again.
Yeah, we can hear him.
I can hear him.
Okay, go ahead.
So that we can ensure that whatever lighting spillage issues can be properly addressed at the DRC stage. And I think that would be the reasonable way for us to address that. Is that as we're
that's great, John, but I don't mean to sound caustic, but the DRC doesn't live in the city. It's the citizens that live over there, and these are the things that they were asking for, and that's why I'm bringing them forth. And it's very simple.
All right. Yes, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah. Just a follow-up question. Obviously, they're here for the garage because they expect an increase of car traffic. If they didn't expect that, they wouldn't be here talking about the garage. How many students do you plan on having on campus at any one time?
So there is the potential for there to be 2,500 students on the campus at any one time. The core difference between this use and the use that was done between Johnson and Wells is that the students here are going to be public high school students who are going to be dropped off by buses from their schools. So you're not going to have a scenario where the majority of our students, like at Johnson and Wells, were driving their own cars. So why do
you need additional parking?
It's not additional parking, Commissioner. It's the parking that currently exists on the property. And we're utilizing that to ensure that we have enough parking for staff, for faculty. And the way that it works for public high schools is that you at least have to have at least 10% of parking needed for the number of students. So because we would be having 20 for the number of students within high school, within the junior and senior grade levels in the high school courses. So we anticipate that even if, and this is not the case, but even if you were doing it 10% across the board, which is not the regulation, we would have a maximum need for 250 parking spaces plus 166 for the faculty and staff, and we would have well more than what's needed. So we don't anticipate that the issue that you guys are concerned about is going to be similar here, because the demographic of the student population that we're talking about is very, very different from the demographic of the student population that occupy Johnson & Wells. The parking garage, the parking lot, and the parking lot on the western side are part of the property that we are purchasing. It's not that we're adding more parking. We are purchasing those sites that already have those parking spaces. And that's why we're addressing it. It's not that we're saying we're adding the parking spaces. It's a part of the property that we're purchasing. And that's the reason why we're bringing up that issue, because we don't fully anticipate that parking garage is going to be as active as it was with Johnson & Wells, simply because our student demographics are going to be substantially different.
Well, I've been involved with Johnson & Wells for quite a few years. And Mr. Commissioner Each, who has also been involved, I don't recall ever where there was 2,500 students at Johnson & Wells there at any one time, excluding the students who were living in residences. I just think that's going to be overwhelming to that building. And Debbie, is there some sort of limitation of amount of students that can be with the square feet that they have available? I mean, it was a pretty crowded building when they didn't have 25 students there at any one time.
Right. So I would like to, Commissioner and Ms. Love, just to address that question. I think that is an important question that needs to be addressed. So in 2005, the enrollment at the school was over 2,400 students. And that is in recognition of the fact that there was a dorm and 2 academic buildings on the site. We would no longer have that dorm that's there, and we're going to convert that building to another academic building. So we fully anticipate that we're going to have more than enough space, given the fact that Johnson & Wales already had over 2,400 students on the site back in 2000.
But they were spread out over about five residential complexes. Was it 5 or 6?
Yeah, more than that.
Probably more than that, residential so they were spread out all over. These students are not going to be spread out. They're coming to a specific single location. And I think that building is just not going to be able to hold 2,500 people at any one time. As I say, I know teachers there. I've been involved there. I've seen the classes. I've seen the class sizes there. Never did Johnson & Wales at any one time have 2,500 students in that one building. I think it's just going to be overwhelming.
So Commissioner, again, I do think the points that you're raising are important, but I need to clarify the points. The dorms are separate and apart from the educational facilities on the site. That's where they reside. The educational facilities are on this property. In 2005, all of those kids, all 2,400 of those students had to come to this site to go to school. They had to go to the site for educational instruction. What we're saying is that not only are we going to be utilizing those buildings, we're expanding the educational aspect of it because we're not going to have need for those dorms that are there. And we're going to provide for the academic component for the site that can certainly accommodate 2,500 students.
You're talking about the dorms that are in the main campus building, right? Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Right. So you're going to change that into classrooms.
That is correct.
So I don't mean to be.
Well, if I may,
you're going to have the school buses unload in the parking lot. And then you're going to have parking in that parking lot. You're going to have parking in that parking garage. And the main concern is the noise and the light intrusion from that parking garage. Yeah. And, you're going to go to the DRC and it should be blacked out. That's what we want to see over there. We don't want that light. New parking garages today that border the residential area are completely blacked out. You don't see that light intrusion, that noise intrusion, that ugliness that comes from it. The neighbors don't want to see that either. They didn't have that many cars coming in there with Johnson & Wales. The enrollment went down, as you well know. I think it was like 900 this past year, and it was continually to dwindle. If we can come to an agreement on that, I think that would be great.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Love, Chair recognizes you.
Thank you, sir. Again, for the record, Debbie Love, City Planner. The reason that they have to have, by code, so many parking spaces is because of the square footage. It's not based upon the number of students. Florida statute and the Florida Building Code determines occupancy and how many students, how many people can be in one space. That is not something that we do. They're converting the dormitory into additional classroom educational area. We do have the 2 conditions that we believe after, and I'm going to read them in a moment, that we believe will address Mr. Each's concern. Mr. McDermott was talking about, he believed that would be too many, a lot of kids right in one, area, but that is the educational facilities other than the Wildcat Center, which was primarily meeting and things like that. So if I may, to kind of tie in what Mr. Each's concern is, and what Mr. Gassant has agreed to and what your council has drafted, if I may read those 2 conditions, because this will be part of what you would vote on if you all wish to add additional amendments. This is what they would be. The applicant will maintain security to address issues of noise arising from the parking garage and other portions of the campus. Second one, when the application is reviewed by the DRC, compliance with code requirements to avoid light spillage on adjacent properties will be reviewed. And our code has very specific requirements relating to the height of, where the headlights hit in a parking garage, and the light spillage component. This was written back in, 2017. And our DRC will review against that. So whether it is screening, additional screening, it would be worked out through DRC as to what would be the most viable method of preventing light spillage to make that parking garage, make sure that that parking garage does not allow light spillage onto the adjacent properties. So if that addresses your
comment, Mr. Eads or Mr. McDermott,
I'm sorry, Charlie, what?
do you have a comment or do you have any kind of reaction to that or to what Ms. Love just laid out?
I'm fine with what Debbie said.
Right, so that language then will be a part that will go forward. Should this be passed, that language will be sent forth to the City Council. Correct, Ms. Love?
That recommendation will certainly be included in, as I do each time, I include your recommendations for additional, whatever it is, it will be included.
Noise abatement and light issues.
The two amendments
that we approve it as staff.
Well, we still haven't heard from everybody on the commission yet. So let's finish up our discussion here, gentlemen, so we can do move forward. Mr. Tonkin, I don't remember if you had your chance to address this. If you did,
I don't have any questions or concerns to address.
Very good. Mr. Goodwin, you already spoke. Ms. Pierre, you were fine with it. Mr. Clark, we haven't heard from you totally.
Yeah, I would just say overall it was a great presentation, Mr. Gazzat, great job. I have no comments, and I am in support of the two additional.
Okay, great. Now, Mr. Gazzat, I do have one issue that I want to kind of get your perspective on. Being a nonprofit and the lack of the city itself gaining anything through tax revenue with this, the outlying businesses within that area, did you do any kind of an impact study that you could give us an estimate of what kind of an impact economically it would have on the surrounding businesses in that area that would be a benefit to them as well as what we would lose as tax revenue?
So I don't have this a specific analysis with respect to what you're talking to, but one of the benefits that I do anticipate would occur as a result of having a dual enrollment hub in the city, which would be an innovative program, is that you would likely have a lot more folks who would be interested in living close to that dual enrollment, and people who would want to ensure that their kids would have access to that dual enrollment. So one of the potential aspects of this is that there may be an increase in property values because there's going to be an innovative core campus that's going to be on the site that's going to help ensure that people are going to be attractive and incentivized to live within this area, to ensure that more people can know that they have the confidence that there's an innovative program and an innovative school located in the city of North Miami that not only provides students with dual enrollment courses, but also helps to ensure that those students can reduce their college expenditures and their college burden. So we anticipate that the financial benefits of this will be in the increase in property values, the fact that there's not going to have to be a demolition of the educational facilities. These have always been educational facilities, and the fact that it's going to attract more people to want to live in the city, and that impact is going to incentivize more people and more businesses to want to co-locate in close proximity to the site.
Well, let me ask you something regarding what the developer. I'm curious as to what happens to all those apartment buildings that Johnson & Wales previously had as dorms that were off campus in the surrounding areas. the developer of your school, what are their plans for how they want to address that? What will happen to all those empty buildings once those students that were Johnson and Wales students, which I'm sure by now a lot of them have abandoned those properties. Is the developer now the sole owner of those buildings?
So Chairman, I think this is a great question, and I know Ms. Love addressed this early on in her presentation. One of the issues about this is that we're limited to approximately an 8-acre portion of the site. The master plan for the Johnson & Wales facility covered over 23 acres. Those apartment buildings that you're referencing, Mr. Chair, are apartment buildings that have nothing to do with our site. We are not purchasing those sites. We're not developing those sites. We have nothing to do with those sites. So I honestly couldn't provide you with any credible opinion as to what's happening to those sites. But I would imagine that whoever's going to do whatever on those properties are going to have to either have to come before this board and seek a recommendation on their uses and get your opinion on it so that they can provide for and get your opinions as the next steps. And then the last point.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get a picture of here, sir, is your portion. I understand the educational aspect of that. When this property was turned over to the developer dealt with you separately and not as a whole regarding the property that I just mentioned, the apartment buildings that are going to be abandoned basically now. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are purchasing a parcel, and those other parcels are being acquired by other folks, by other entities.
All right. Okay. That answers my question, sir. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, the last thing I wanted to make sure that everybody, all of the commissioners knew, was that Johnson & Wales also did not pay property taxes on the educational portions of the site.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I could make a comment.
Yeah, one more thing, Ken, go ahead. And I want to go ahead.
There was some controversy about Johnson & Wales not paying taxes on it. What they didn't pay in taxes, that school certainly made up in the environment. They protected the Arch Creek Canal. They brought that back to its true pristine beauty. They got rid of all of the apartments in that neighborhood that were degrading the neighborhood, the trailer park, lakeside apartments. They cleaned that up. When I was in the police department, we'd get 180, 200 calls a year for service. 17th Avenue, the way they remodeled that whole neighborhood, they were a benefit to it. And to Doral, we want to welcome you into the neighborhood and hope that we can have that same partnership and work together for the benefit of everybody, your students and everybody. I congratulate you on what you want to do for the young people, and we just hope that it works out. And what the neighbors are concerned about is we're sad to see Johnson & Wales go. Yeah. Truly, we were really brokenhearted. We want to welcome you. We want a great relationship with you. And when we bring up our little things for our community, we just hope that you respond to it like Johnson & Wales did.
Absolutely. We fully intend to be good neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Kassan. All right, let's go ahead and at this point, I want to go ahead and entertain a motion for approval.
Charlie.
Yes. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Kenny. Hopefully we can have a wonderful relationship with Doral, and we want to move forward, and I want to make a motion to approve the project.
Very good. I'll second it. Mike McDermott has made a motion for approval, seconded by Ms. Pierre. We'll go through the roll call. Mike McDermott?
Yes.
Mike McDermott is a yes. Howard Tonkin?
Yes.
Is a yes. Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin is yes. Ms. Pierre is a yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Each?
Yeah.
Is a yes. Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Besson?
Yes.
Is a yes. And Chairman Ernst? I am also a yes. So the resolution passes unanimously 8-0. Mr. Gassan, Mr. Gassan, we appreciate your your presentation, and we welcome you, and we hope that you will indeed be a good neighbor and make us proud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and
to have you a part of us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner
Thank
Spadafora.
you. At this point,
That was with
yes. Yes.
Thank you.
The motion approved was with the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Reach, for bringing that up. All right. At this point, we have two more items to do, I believe, correct, Ms. Love? That we have left on our agenda?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask if we could on our agenda.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask if we could take a 5-minute recess for everybody before we move on, if that's possible, please, to allow the next petitioners adequate time for their presentation and everything, and their big projects. So I want to go ahead and let's take 5 minutes only, if that's fine with everyone. I'll call for an adjournment, and we'll resume in 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go to the bathroom. Oh.
as they say in the business. Okay, next item up on our agenda, folks, is PC 11-21. This is a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving a modification to the existing conditional use permit approved under resolution number 1637 for the property located at 1820 Northeast 142nd Street and specifically identified with Miami-Dade County folio number 06-2221-023-0010 to allow a new 9-story, 516-unit multifamily building with an attached 8-story parking garage and a 25,259 square foot amenity structure with attached 3-story parking garage in accordance with Article 3, Division 3, Section 3-302 and Article 3, Division 4, Section 3-404 through Section 3-410 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes. This will require a commission disclosure. I believe we also need to swear in this also a quasi-judicial proceedings. So
yes, sir.
I will ask for a commission disclosure first, if I could, Mr. Held, and then we'll proceed with the swearing in. So if commissioners or any staff that needs to, commission members needs to disclose any conversations or discussions with the developer or with any residents regarding this item, please call our attention to that at this point.
I believe it's over for us. Go ahead and meet us.
And I'll go ahead and just verify. We'll run down our my checklist again. Mr. McDermott. Mr. McDermott, I guess you're agreeing you had no discussion on this item?
Their computer is muted, so somebody's going to get up and...
Somebody's going over there to turn it back on.
Right.
There we go.
Okay,
we're good now.
We're good.
Okay, once again, Charlie?
We're good. Yes. The question again, Mike, is the disclosure. So I'm asking commission members at this point to disclose any conversation or discussions on this item. If you've had any, sir, this is your time to let us know.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, sir.
Okay, no communication.
Okay, Mr. Tonkin? Mr. Tonkin?
No.
No. Mr. Goodwin?
No.
No. Ms. Pierre?
No.
Mr. H?
Several months ago, I believe it was Joe Ehrman, EHRMAN, from New Jersey. I spoke with him, I think when he was down there on the project. I was introduced to him by Major Mesidor when they were taking over the building. The new management company was taking over the building. He told me what he was looking at doing and how they were wanted to upgrade the whole apartment complex. That was my conversation. I never met him. We just spoke on the phone, and that was 2-3 months ago. I actually forget.
Mr. Held?
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. H. Mr. Clark?
No.
No. And finally, Dr. Besson?
No, sir.
No, thank you very much. So at this point, I'd like to go ahead and swear in all those, the petitioners and the public who would wish to speak on this. Please all raise your right hand or to signify to me audibly that you will discuss this item once we open up the hearing. All right, I do see Mr. Romanak, Ms. Ruiz, Mr. Arboleda, is that Arboleda?
That's right.
And I believe Mr. Wasserman and Michelle Latte. are speaking on this. Mr. McDivitt, will you have any comment on this? I don't see your hand up, nor do I see any other hands. Staff, do you see everyone that you need to swear in?
Stephanie Ruiz. Yes, I
And
see
Mr.
them.
Dolkart, I see your hand, sir. Thank you.
Is Brian Lucas, will he be speaking?
Yes, Mr. Andrew Dolkart.
No,
And-
Brian Lucas, his screen is off.
I don't see him.
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't need to speak.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, you may go ahead and do the swearing in, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Very good, thank you all. There's going to be quite a few speakers I see that will have comment on this and also the presentation. So please bear with me. I will try to get all of you, get my attention if I skip over you. Wave your hand, jump up and down. My screen, I have very small pictures, so I do want to recognize you and give you your opportunity to speak. So at this point, I'll go ahead and turn the presentation over to the staff if they would like to begin.
Sir, then my presentation. Give us just a moment.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Start share screen. Slideshow. Come on. These things. It's here.
Okay. We're having a little bit of technical issues on our end, so I'm just going to go from one more over, Stephanie.
That's good because I've mislaid my paperwork here and I'm scrambling around also, so please forgive
Just
me.
right there. Go to the first one right here. There you go. Leave it right there.
Okay. This is around.
No, right here.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah. Okay. Again, for the record, Debbie Love, City Planner. The item before you is a conditional use permit for the property known as Aliro Apartments. It is also was known under the name Portofino. Next slide, please. This request is to amend an existing conditional use permit for that site. It's located at 1820 Northeast 142nd Street. Thank you. It's the entire property is a little over 23 acres. And it is zoned PD3, plan development, which is one of our highest uses, and it's mixed use high on the future land use map. For that zoning particular zoning, as of right, they are allowed 45 dwelling units per acre, and they have the opportunity through the conditional use permit to request an additional 15 dwelling units per acre for a total of 60 dwelling units per acre. Under the, it's also, they can also go up to 110 feet in that zoning category as well. Previously, it was approved starting in, I think it was in 1973. They began with 5 buildings and they ended up by the second amendment that was done in 1979, they ended up with approval for 870 dwelling units. The conditional use permit also allows for certain accessory uses as well as recreational facilities. The request is to allocate 516 floating units from the secondary pool and increase the overall site maximum density to match what is allowed under the zoning district of 60 dwelling units per acre. Next slide, please. Right. So what they're proposing is a 9-story, 516 unit rental apartment building to be added to the site. It will have an attached 8-story parking garage. The new density, as I said before, would be 60 dwelling units per acre. And it will also have a little over 25,000 square foot amenities building. That amenities building also will have an attached 3-story garage. Inside that amenity building will be things like a fitness studio. They're looking at doing a market cafe type of thing and some shared office spaces. The project will be, as required by city code, all new development in the city has to be either LEED certified or an equivalent construction at bare minimum. They'll have 100% Florida native trees and landscaping. It's very well done. Next slide, please. The economic impact for this development is quite, you'll see it's very viable for the city. It's going to create about 1,600 direct and indirect construction jobs during the period of construction, with a total of about $83 million in short-term construction wages and expenditures. They'll have 18 full-time employees after construction, with about $600,000 annually in wages. The city will be collecting approximately $831,000 a year in ad valorem taxes. And the impact and development fees that they will pay for this is $2.2 million. That's a one-time fee that they'll be paying that includes impact fees, permit fees, et cetera. They anticipate gross sales revenue to be about $6.9 million annually. And what that means is that the people that live there and work there will be spending in restaurants and retail and other type of activities about almost $7 million a year. Next slide, please. Can't do it that way, remember.
She's not going the other way.
There you go.
It's a delay.
So we have a place, as you know, we always have conditions on these conditional use permits, that there would be a maximum allowed on that site of 1,387 dwelling units to come up with that 60 dwelling unit per acre. It will have to go through DRC review. The site plan and the architectural compliance has to be maintained. We expect it to be that what is approved is what gets built. They will be installing and maintaining a 6-foot wide sidewalk along 142nd. They'll need, of course, the typical, they always need a certificate of use and a certificate of occupancy. And they'll need the proof of the green building certification prior to the certificate of occupancy. Next slide, please. So this will actually go to City Council. It's tentatively scheduled for June 22nd. With the election, things are getting bumped around a little bit, but we anticipate this to be the date that it will move forward. It will then go to DRC, as I mentioned earlier, and due to the size of the project, it will come back to City Council for final site plan approval. Next slide, please. All right. With that, that is the end of staff's presentation, but we do have representatives from the applicant who will be speaking. And I'd like, the first one would be Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig. He's the land use attorney representing the applicants. Mr. Wasserman, it's all yours, sir.
Thank you, Debbie. Can you all hear me?
Sure.
Good. I'm assuming you could hear me. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Traurig, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. With me this afternoon is my client's entire development team. We, in accordance with the city's policies, we all submitted, anyone who could potentially speak submitted a speaker card, but really only 2 or 3 persons are giving a presentation. So through the chair, when you're calling up public comments, I'll make sure to let you know who's just on standby to respond to comments. So Debbie did an excellent job giving the project overview, as she always does. But if you will indulge me, I would like to expand on this and give some just additional background on the project and the project history. So this CUP application is essentially asking for a new component of development to an existing residential project that already has a CUP. In 1973, this property obtained its first CUP for over 800 units. As part of that development, the owner of the property deeded to the city the multi-acre park Enchanted Forest just south of this property. The park was originally part of this property and plat, but bifurcated at that time, and I'll explain why I'm mentioning this later on in the presentation. Fast forward, in terms of the more recent amendments affecting this property, this board may recall a recent CUP modification was approved just less than a year ago, I believe. That approval was for the internal garage to replace the existing on-grade spaces on the eastern boundary of the property, thus freeing up the property for vertical construction, which is what you see here today. So we basically obtained approval for this development in concept when we appeared before you last time, but this application is more holistic and brings the entire development program into play. So it's the full residential units plus the relocated parking spaces on site. So specifically, we're building a new pool, a new amenity building, including a gym, cafe, storage, and other amenity type uses, and 275 parking spaces within a garage that's centrally located inside the property. So that's just south. I'm sure everybody is familiar with this aerial, with this property. That's just south of the Lexus garage, kind of internal in our V-shaped property. Once the amenity garage is built, the applicant will then construct the new development, or what we call phase two. It's really not going to be built in phases. It's just construction sequencing. We want to build phase one so that parking spaces are added to the property. Then we will eliminate those parking spaces so we can build the new garage and the new residential units. So phase two will contain a 516 unit apartment building with a garage containing 821 spaces on the eastern edge of the property. My client seeks to utilize both as of right units that remain, but also the bonus units as part of this application. Now, the City Council has heard of this and is aware it's in the pipeline and excited for this type of development on the FEC corridor on Biscayne Boulevard. As you will see in a minute, the critical design focus of the Phase 2 addition is that it is situated all along the eastern boundary on the FEC rail line. We have intentionally avoided development on the western boundary of the property, which is closer to the single-family neighborhood across the canal. In terms of general location, as Debbie shows you in the map, just north of us is the Lexus dealership. East of us is the rail tracks in Biscayne Boulevard. South of us is the park. And west of us is the Arch Creek Canal, which bifurcates this property and creates a hard separation between the lower scale residential community to the west. The overall development programming is a benefit to the existing residential community on site, as it will provide major upgrades to the existing amenities that are there. There's tennis courts and a pool system already there, but we're adding much more to that. But really more importantly, we are providing protected garage parking spaces versus exposed surface parking spaces. In terms of landscaping, this was a big part of this application. We are adding in 60,000 square feet of net new canopy. So we are replacing some canopy, that's in the footprint of new construction. But what we're doing is adding 60,000 square feet more than exists today. From a macro perspective, and of course that landscaping is all native species. From a macro perspective, as Debbie mentioned, the project will result in a massive influx in tax revenue to the city, estimated to be about $830,000 in yearly city revenue. And of course, job creation, both in the short term and in the long term. So we are fully aware that the design of the project will ultimately require DRC review by the City Council. We're happy to present our detailed drawings of the project at this time. We have met with staff on many occasions and also reached out to Commissioner Galvin about this project. Staff has evidenced their support of this application in their staff report and presentation, and we agree with all of staff conditions. With the caveat, there's one thing I would like, should the board choose to support this application, I would like the board to give staff direction that they can satisfy comments in the CUP that have already been satisfied. So what I mean is like the park, for example, that's why I brought up in the beginning of the presentation, there are some conditions that remain from the original CUP, the dedication of the park, some right-of-way dedications. I would like staff to just have the flexibility to insert into the actual CUP bracketed language that says satisfied, or even remove that condition if it's already been completed. As this board knows, staff's recommendation is considered substantial competent evidence for you to rely on to recommend in favor of this application to the City Council. We appreciate all of the time staff has given us over the past 6 months bringing this project to you all. While this is a long timeline for a development process, it gives us a chance to get this project as right as we can. I will now turn it over to our development team to address the design, operation, and what's really unique is some construction concepts that they have that we really haven't seen in South Florida that should shorten the time it takes to build this project, which is something we're really excited about.
Mr. Wasserman, if I could, before you have that presentation begin, you brought up the point on the previous comment regarding the park. I want to real quick bring in Debbie Love and also Jennifer, our city attorney. This is kind of, I'm not familiar with what that involved. If you can address that now so we can get that out of the way, Ms. Love or Ms. Warren.
I'll defer to Debbie Love on the original or the history of the conditional use permit. I don't have the original in front of me. I have the modified version.
Right. So I'm sorry. What is it that you were asking, sir? I couldn't quite understand that.
Sure, Mr. Chair, if you let me to ask the question to Debbie, the genesis of my request. Sure. So Debbie, and Mr. Chair, I think your mic is off, but I think I heard you say okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've muted it again. I'm unmuted. Go ahead.
Sure. So Debbie, in the modified CUP, it has some of the original conditions, which normally remain when you modify a CUP. I would just like the board to give staff the flexibility to put a notation which conditions have been satisfied previously as part of the original approval. Not really a big deal, but just 10 years from now, if someone's looking or a lender's looking at this, I want people to be aware some of those conditions have previously been satisfied. That's all.
Certainly. That staff was, Mr. Chair, staff would have no problem either removing it or I think a better way so that it keeps a history of it would be to say satisfied as Mr. Wasserman suggested. Staff has no problem doing that, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Wasserman, thank you for letting me get clarification on that.
Sure.
Go ahead, sir, if you don't mind, and introduce your next contributor to your presentation. I apologize for wanting to get the clarification on that, but since it was addressed during your presentation, I thought that it would be best that we get that squared away first before we moved on.
Not a problem at all. I'll now turn it over to Jacob Lucky from FinFrock to give a design presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, appreciate the intro from Ethan and Debbie as well. If we could just jump to the next slide. As Ethan mentioned, my name is Jacob Lucky. I'm directly hired from the owner for the design of this parking garage. So like I mentioned before, or like was mentioned before, this is a multi-phase project, but only in the construction sequencing side of things. So as you see here in purple, that is going to be what we're considering phase one for this application. In this scenario, we're actually going to be building a parking garage and an amenity center in our phase one to really assist the existing residents and being able to park for the future construction on the east side of the property. So we're talking about 22,000 square feet of amenities that include a market, club room, leasing area, fitness center, and work from home. That is an additional amenity that they don't have currently on site. So to kind of soften the blow of any sort of additional construction that would be happening while phase two is going on. As Ethan mentioned, that would be adding 275 additional stalls, structured parking. That's going to be on the parking that will actually be on site once that phase one is complete. And as Ethan mentioned, we're actually going to be using precast concrete for all of these developments. So precast concrete can greatly increase the actual speed of construction. The phase one building from start to finish is anticipated on being 8 months. The benefit that the precast construction actually has is a majority of the building is actually produced off-site and trucked in and assembled on-site like a giant piece of Lego sets. So with that being the case, we're able to stay out of the actual existing residence way much faster from the construction standpoint. Once that building's up operational and ready for use and parking, we would then be moving on to phase 2, which would be the 516 units you can see there in the orange, and 821 additional stalls for the property. This would be what the cost for the 60 dwelling units per acre, which is the request for the CUP approval here. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to our Director of Architecture, Jorge Arboleda. He's going to kind of walk through the architectural elements and some of the renderings and images that we put together for the existing site. So.
Yeah, hi, it's Jorge Arboleda, 326 New Waterford Place, Longwood. So we could just go to the next slide. I want to show sort of
There you go.
aerial view of what this will look like when the project is finished and get you. So going from kind of a technical floor plan or plan to more of a realistic. So you see the proposed building on the east edge of the property. Again, this was previously surface parking with some landscape islands, and where the building has been sited, and you sort of see the pool in the center, and just to the north or up on top of that pool is the amenity building and parking garage. We're calling phase 1, as mentioned, just for construction purposes, so we can clear the parking spaces on the east side. And mostly I'm just going to show you some aerial imagery so you can see what the proposed building is going to look like. As Jacob mentioned, this is going to be an all precast structure, which is a sustainable design. It's going to lessen construction waste, lessen the impact on the site. It's also going to be a very durable construction for low maintenance, durable, and it's going to be storm hardened. So this is a very durable type of building. If you could go to the next slide, start seeing some aerials. So this is an aerial view from the northeast. What you see here closest to you is the new building, and to the right or behind it are the existing buildings on site. We tried, the material selection was something that would fit in with the existing, not, color selection and those kind of things. We also have, on this particular building, we incorporated a lot of long curved balconies to help break up the mass of the building. So we go to the next slide. Here's an aerial from the south of the property, seeing again the new building here on the right side, and the amenity building just north of that pool there in the centerpiece. You go to the next one. We'll start zooming in and seeing some of that. Just really wanted to get you guys to see the whole project from an aerial perspective. Again, here's the amenity building kind of to the left of the pool, and the new proposed building in the background. So now we'll go down to some human eye perspectives instead of some aerial views. Go to the next slide. So this is the building as you enter the property, again from the northeast portion of the site. Go ahead and go to the next one. And this is where you can start seeing those long balconies with the curved corners, kind of breaking up those masses along the facade of the building. Go to the next one. Here's a view on the right side is an existing building, and you see in front of you that will be the proposed building. Next slide. As you notice from the aerials, towards the east, the building has sort of legs kind of towards the east end of the property. So this is one of those courtyards that is created by those legs. Go ahead, go to the next slide. And this is a view from the south of the property. Again, building on the right. And one more slide. This is again, this is probably a little elevated. This would be a partial view from Biscayne Boulevard, where you kind of see the building broken up by different masses towards being headed towards the east. Then the next slides are going to be more focused on the amenity building. So the first, we were just looking at the apartment building. Here's the amenity building, 2-story amenity building, 25,000 square feet, large pool to the south of it, sort of a central park for this property with the additional parking spaces attached to the north of it. Next slide. Again, here's another aerial view. You see one of the existing towers just to the right of the proposed amenity building. Next slide. Again, just getting some human perspective views of the building here. Again, wanted to touch on the materials, the colors that would complement the colors of the existing building. So next. And that was it. I think that was just a kind of get you guys familiar with what the project's going to look like. Let's open it up to you guys. Thank you.
I do have a question for you, Mr. Arboleda. Just out of enlighten me as to the concept that you wanted to have all the buildings, the one solid long building, rather than breaking that up into 3 separate buildings. You have 3 buildings, but they're connected, correct?
Correct. It's kind of.
What was the reasoning behind not having separation between the buildings and having this one long, massive structure?
Sure. There's a couple reasons.
Go ahead, sir.
One of those, if we split them up, it would impact the site greater, because by splitting up, you're actually impacting the site. And also convenience for the users. Having these connected, now the users or the tenants of this building can actually get into the garage and able to access their units without having to traverse more of the site. So it was to minimize the use of the site or impact on the site, and to make it more convenient for the users.
Had any consideration been given to having divided up the one large structure into maybe 3 or 2 buildings, with the garage still connected with the structures either being a 2-structure building or a 3-structure building?
We have, but again, I think when we started doing it, started trying to stretch them across that site, is going to impact more of the site, and we were really trying to minimize how we were going to impact the site overall. Felt that this was the best approach to do so.
So you were looking at actually you were looking at a density, a building with more density, rather than trying to come up with maybe a more conceptual idea of separate buildings, correct? You weighed the density issue more. All right, thank you, sir. That's one of the. You've given me some insight into that. Thank you. All right, Mr. Westman, you have some other.
No, that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to reserve some time for rebuttal. But just to add to that, I think that the focus was creating less footprint while at the same time attaching to the garage, access to the garage, versus spreading out. That we really tried to keep the project on the eastern edge. That was a major focus, without bringing it down towards like the bottom. Spreading it down a little thinner underneath. So that was part of the design focus, as George mentioned.
And you're aware that you could have gone higher, correct? So was any consideration maybe going higher with those units? If you were to break up one large, long structure and going up 1 or 2 more floors, was that even considered in your calculations?
I'll defer to George on that as our design professional. I'm assuming we tried to keep it in scale with the existing buildings, but George, maybe you have a better answer.
That's correct. We do have slightly taller structure floor to floor than the existing building, but we didn't want to exceed the height of the existing buildings. We wanted to keep the same massing. So That's why we chose not to go any higher.
All right, sir.
I just wanted to add to.
Yes,
yeah,
Mr.
sorry,
Lucky.
Charles. I just wanted to add to that. We're actually in the PD3. We're actually required to be under 110 feet. So with the height of our structure, we're at 107. So we were actually unable to go any higher for that reason. So that's kind of what limited us there.
All right, I was unaware of that. I thought that was staff. Is he correct on that? Did I misread that as far as what the height limit was in that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As I showed you in my PowerPoint, the maximum height is 110 feet
110,
in that
okay.
zoning district. So they've capped out as high as they can go.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was unaware of that. My apologies. All right. Let's go ahead and you have no other speakers, Mr. Wasserman. We'll go ahead and move on to the public comment section. At this time, we're going to open up the public hearing to the public. Anyone wishing to speak to this, please step forward, raise your hand. Give us some indication that you wish to address this item.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any hands raised at this time.
And we don't have any written.
And no written public comments either.
All right, no written comments, and I don't see any hands raised. I'll give it a few more seconds, gentlemen and ladies, if you'll bear with me. So I'm panning my screen here, making sure I haven't missed anyone. Having done
Chair, I
my
have a question.
I'm sorry?
Before we turn it to the commission. I have a question before we turn it to the commission.
Yes, sir. Mr. Held, you have the floor. Chair recognizes
so
you.
I guess to Debbie first. I had an application once with Miami-Dade County where they were building over ground level parking spaces and actually had to go for a variance to allow for that construction. What is there a code requirement or a code allowance to allow a building over required parking? And what happens to the people who are using the parking now during?
As to your first question, Mr. Held, they have to provide parking for the entire site. So when we did the calculations, we're looking at the entire site, not just their development. So they are having to, those spaces that they are replacing, that they are putting the building on, those parking spaces will be incorporated into the garage so that at the end of the day, they still have the adequate overall site parking that they need.
What happens during construction when the spaces in the garage are not available and the spaces at the ground level, the existing ones are not available?
That comes out at DRC as to how they are going to manage the movement of traffic, as well as making sure that there's adequate parking remains for that on-site purpose.
If I could, Mr. Held, if you'd like me to respond to that.
Sure. Hi, Ethan.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
So your question is exactly why I don't like using the word phase one, phase two, because they're going to be built together. We're just sequencing them. So there's a garage that's going to be placed in the center of the property that's going to add almost 300 spaces. Once that building is built, those 300 spaces are now put in use. Those are new spaces, and we can free up the surface spaces on the eastern edge of the property. So we want to make sure our existing tenants are not impacted. That's why it's a little bit longer of a timeline, we know, but we wanted to make sure spaces are in continuous operation for the existing occupants of the 5 buildings today. And then as soon as that's CO'd, we'll build phase 2.
So is there an excess of parking on the site? So while you're doing phase 1, you're not losing any required parking?
Correct. That's why in the site plan, we have a phase 1 and phase 2 zoning legend to show compliance.
Okay, thank you.
And I would imagine certificate of occupation for that building is contingent on that garage being completed, correct? the new.
Yeah,
So
we're,
what you think?
Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we'd be okay with that, a condition that, but the TCO would be preferable so that it's in use, subject to punch list items. Once it's in use or allowable for use, then we could go to phase 2. Jacob, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Our intention was to actually get the garage built first for that amenity garage, so that can be turned on essentially as soon as ready. The actual construction of that apartment would not take place until those stalls are used.
Okay, very
Debbie,
good.
do we need a condition that says that? Or is that going to be a requirement to staff?
Maybe more a DRC condition, but we're happy either way.
That's what I was saying, that would be normally handled at DRC as to how they do the movement of traffic and the associated parking spaces. So that normally comes at DRC level.
That's okay. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Okay, at this point, we have closed the public hearing. Now going to open up our discussion to our members of our commission. Let's go ahead and we'll start again with you, Mr. McDermott. Your comment, sir.
No comment other than I think it's a fine project, and I think it will be of benefit to the city. Other than that, and the things that will already be addressed at the DRC, they pretty much will answer my questions there. So that's it for me.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tonkin.
Just that I'm really happy to see that the 100% native plant requirement is being adhered to, although that's not what is reflected in the illustrations. So just that there's that concern that the illustrations are very typical of what we see in South Florida's landscaping, which is, Florida friendly, which is really not good enough. And we really need it to be 100% native and not kind of like a global hodgepodge of plants that are Florida friendly, quote unquote, but aren't going to support wildlife in South Florida. So if we can just make sure we stick to that 100% native plants, that would be great. And good luck with the project.
It will be, sir. It is a requirement of our code that it's 100% Florida native. I don't care if they draw palm trees all day long.
Yeah, you have a better eye than we do. Sorry about that.
Okay, Ms. Pierre. Or I'm sorry, Mr. Goodwin, you're up next, sir. Mr. Goodwin.
I just want to say I've looked at it in detail, and I think it's a fantastic project for the area in particular. It's not gonna look like it doesn't belong, and I'm looking forward to it. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Ms. Pierre?
Yes, I really like this project. I'm looking forward to seeing this building. Thank you. Great project.
Great. Mr. Clark?
Yeah, only have a few questions.
Sure, go ahead.
First question was, I might have missed it. The larger apartment complex, what's the construction duration on that? I know phase 1 is 8 months. What's the duration on the second phase?
Yeah, I might have left that part out on accident. I apologize. That's anticipated on being a 24-month construction schedule from site work to full turn, all turns open. So I'm hoping to have turn 1 open in a much reduced schedule from that, closer to 18 months. But for full occupancy, 516 units, the anticipated duration is 24 months.
Okay. And then I wasn't part of the board when this initially came before it. Is this all market rent apartments or workforce housing part of it, or?
This is intended to be market rate units. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Besson?
Okay. Question. The project itself that exists, what is the distribution of 1 bedroom versus 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and so on?
That's a good question. Jacob, do you have the existing?
I don't have it right in front of me. I can search and circle back with that answer though.
what is the distribution that you're going to be building in the new building?
I can answer that question of the existing,
Okay.
what they have now, sir.
Yes.
Okay. The conditional use permit was approved for 90 studio units, 661 one-bedroom units, and 100 two-bedroom units. That was what their conditional use permit was approved for. And then as far as what is planned, I'll let the architect and the agent answer that question for you. It's in the staff report, but I'll let them answer it for you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you looking to attract families to the area, or just young married couples or young couples living together? What is the distribution of population you're looking for?
None of your business.
Jacob, do you have the proposed unit count?
Well, would you? It's market rate. I got to get to work.
Yeah, in terms of intended occupants, we're obviously flexible and open. We have a robust amenity program, and being on a travel corridor, we're hoping for people that can commute to downtown Miami. Families are welcome. There's no limitation or no intended. I should say, let me say it differently. I don't think we're intending to have just a working crowd. Young professionals. I think we're open to whoever would like to join us.
However, the majority of the units are one bedroom. Or
Jacob,
studio?
Yeah, I'm going to let the architect respond.
Yeah, of the new units.
Okay. How do you include a family in a one-bedroom apartment? When usually what's the average number of children?
North Miami.
Again, we're not gonna limit our occupants in that regard. I don't think there's any intention if a single parent is living with a kid, that's perfectly acceptable. We're not intending to restrict any occupancy here.
No, it's not a restriction, but you're providing enough opportunity for a family unit of two individuals raising two children. Can you do that in a one-bedroom apartment successfully?
Of course, that's very difficult to do. I would agree. I'm a father of four. I would not be able to rent a two-bedroom unit and live in an apartment building. I did it for years. My wife was a saint. We recently moved out, but I completely agree with you. It's not ideal for a large family. Absolutely not. And Jacob or George, I welcome your comments on design of the unit count.
Yeah. So we have total of 27 studios, 308 one bedrooms, 177 two bedroom units, and then 4 what we'll call townhome 3-bedroom units.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. It's definitely weighted a little towards the one bedrooms, but we do have a broad sampling between the townhomes and the 2 bedrooms as well.
Okay. I thank you for answering my question on that.
Sure.
It looks very pretty, and I'm sure it's going to upgrade the area.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, so everybody, has their comments done? No additional comments? I did bring up the issue, not an issue really, more of a preference. I'm glad to see this, and I will support moving this forward. However, when we get into this, not all of us agree with what something should look like, or we have different tastes in architecture. Over the years that I've done this, I usually set that aside. My job is to make sure that we allow the petitioner to move forth with the plans that they are allowed to under the law. And my architecture taste might stink. So I don't want them to think that I totally disagree with the concept of a large massive building. But again, that's a matter of taste. I will support this moving through. I wish it would have been three buildings separated a little bit, space between the larger structure, but so be it. Now I will live with that, be more than happy to support its approval. Having said that, go ahead and I'll open up the floor for
I'm making a
motion to approve. I have the motion approved from Mr. McDermott. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second, I believe, from Mr. Goodwin. Mr. McDermott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Mr. Tonkin?
Yes.
Mr. Tonkin votes yes. Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin votes yes. Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
Ms. Pierre votes yes. Mr. Each?
Yes.
Mr. Each votes yes. Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Clark votes yes. And Dr. Bisson?
Yes.
Yes. So congratulations. Your project has won approval from the Planning Commission. Congratulations. And we look forward to this moving forward. And good luck with your presentation to the City Council. And we look forward to its completion to its fullest. Thank you, Mr. Wasserman, and your staff. All right, let's move on to the last item on the agenda today, and that is, let me find it. I just had it in my hand and I laid it down. One second. Okay, last item, if I'm correct, is PC 12-21. This is a resolution of the mayor and the city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a conditional use permit and substantially the attached form for a proposed 832 unit mixed use development comprised of 2 8-story apartment buildings, 2 20-story apartment buildings, 19,478 square feet. 19,478,000 square feet of ground level retail and restaurant space, and a 6-story parking garage with 1,174 parking spaces on real properties, generally located on the southeast quadrant of Northeast 151st Street and Northeast 20th Avenue, specifically identified with Miami-Dade County folio numbers 06-2221-000-0021. Folio number 06-2221-038-0010 and folio number 06-22221-038-0020, and finally folio number 06-22221-038-0030, and totaling 5.55 acres in accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Sections 3-402 through 3-407, Articles 4, Division 2, Sections 4-202, Sections 4-203B, and Sections 4-205, and Article 4, Division 3, Section 4-309 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinance, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and for all other purposes. And at this point, before we ask for swearing in, I believe this is also a quasi-judicial item. I will ask for commission member disclosures. Mr. McDermott?
None.
Mr. Tonkin?
No.
Mr. Goodwin?
None.
Mr. Pierre? Miss Pierre?
None.
Mr. Each?
None.
Mr. Clark?
None.
Mr. Basin?
None.
And myself, Chairman Ernst? None. Okay, so I need to see everyone that will be discussing or speaking on this item. Please raise your hands, your right hand, so that we can have you all sworn in. I see Mr. Wasserman, I see Andrew Dolkart, and I see Mr. Mariano Corral, I don't see the rest of your last name, sir. Forgive me, but I do see your hand raised. And Jerry Gabovic, and Mr. Wasserman. Staff, do you see any others? Do you have any others that you're aware of that we can go ahead and swear in?
I do not have any hands raised.
Did you mention Mr. Finbarb?
Mr. Finbarb, I see you now, sir. Forgive me.
Thank you.
All right. I think I recognize everyone. And Juan Espinoza has joined us. Mr. Espinoza, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Let's see. Jessica, is it Martinez? I see a hand raised. I don't have a picture. Staff, do you see her?
Need Jessica's camera on, please.
Yeah, if you're going to speak, you have to, in order to be sworn in, you need to have a camera.
Yes, your camera must be on. Jessica.
Did you hear us, Miss Jessica?
I don't have my hand raised. I don't know what happened. I'm just listening. Sorry about that. I don't know how to turn it off.
Okay.
Okay, no problem.
All right. We saw your hand raised up on the thing. And Mr. Finbarb, I believe we got you. Yes. All right. So everyone, let's do the swearing in. Raise your right hand again, please, if you could. And let's be sworn in. Go ahead, staff.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Thank you.
Everyone has answered. Very good.
Yeah.
All right. So staff, going to go ahead and you're up for your presentation.
Have we done disclosures on this item?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do have to do. Yes, we did do disclosures. Mr. Hell, we did do disclosures.
Okay.
I believe.
I thought that was on the last item.
No, I believe we did it.
Disclosures.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. We all did disclosures real quickly right before. That was the first thing we did, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready, Miss Love?
We're getting the PowerPoint back up on the screen, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, again, for the record, my name is Debbie Love. I'm the city planner with Community Planning and Development. The item before you is another conditional use permit. This one is for Alita Development. Next slide, please. They are, I can hardly see that. My apologies. Thank you. What we have here is, this is in our new special, it's a first development, by the way, in our special development and transit-oriented development overlay district to the north. This will be our first development that is requesting bonus units. We have that 2,000 unit pool that you all remember. We established that a few years ago. They are requesting 832 of those floating units out of the 2,000. This project is located at the southeastern quadrant of Northeast 125th and Northeast 20th Avenue. Currently, it's still divided into four different parcels. They have completed the process for final plat approval that occurred in April of this past April 13th. It is now going to, it's being signed, so it's almost finalized. It'll be recorded, but until now, until that happens, it's still considered 4 parcels. They total 5.5 acres. One of the parcels is vacant. The other has the old PBS station. And they also have some other, minor uses, and it's used for parking. So it's zoned M1 industrial, and it's also industrial in the future land use map. But as I said, it is in the new SDTOD overlay district. And in M1, there's no residential uses in M1. And their max height in M1 is only 55 feet. However, with the SDTOD overlay, through the conditional use permit, they can obtain residential dwelling units to do a mixed use project at 150 dwelling units per acre is what is allowed in the SDTOD. And they're allowed to go up to 200 feet in height. Next slide, please. So what they're proposing is an 832 unit mixed use project. It consists of 4 buildings. Well, actually, there's more than that, but 4 residential towers. 2 of them are 20 stories, 2 of them are 8 stories. And it also includes on the ground floor level about a little over 19,000 square feet of retail and restaurant uses. What you'll see come out of this has been a really interesting and kind of a very collaborative effort between city staff, as we always do with these designs. And the architect and the applicant has been worked very closely with our team through the architectural review and design process from the urban design perspective as well as the architectural design. They've created what you'll see shortly is a really lovely pedestrian walkway that will activate the retail and restaurant uses on the ground floor. They also will have a 6-story parking garage. They'll have integrated public art. It's going to be, of course, as we said before, they're all required to do LEED certified or the equivalent. And again, our requirement of 100% Florida native trees and landscaping. Next slide, please. The economic impact for this project is a little over 2,000 short-term direct and indirect jobs during construction, with about $113 million in wages will be infused into the economy, with 103 full-time jobs after construction, with an annual wages of almost $4 million. The ad valorem taxes on this project is $1.15 million annually to the city. Gross sales revenue, as I mentioned to you before, that's what the residents and users are anticipated to spend into the economy, about $10 million through everything from eating out to buying groceries, those type of things. Again, the one-time impact and development fees will be $3.1 million. So it has a very heavy economic impact to the city. Next slide, please. So we put, again, as we always do, staff always put some conditions to get you started. They do have to do DRC review. The design is very innovative, and they're working diligently. There's a couple of final touches that we hope to, finalize and achieve through the DRC process, but they will have to comply with the site plan and the final architectural standards that are approved through the DRC process when they go through the DRC review. One of the conditions is they have to get the final plat recorded, so that we expect that to be within months, a couple of months at most. They'll have to construct a 10-foot wide sidewalk along 151st Street, and you'll see how it's integrated into the public-private realm, has been integrated and activated along the street frontage. And then along Northeast 20th Avenue, they'll have to do a 6-foot wide sidewalk. Again, they'll need the CO, they'll need certificate of use, and we're going to require the proof of the LEED certification prior to the certificate of occupancy. Next slide. Now, this project is going to go to City Council. Again, as I said before, it's all tentative because of the elections, but we anticipate this one appearing on 6/8 before City Council. It will go, as I mentioned earlier, to go to DRC for DRC review and approval. And then ultimately, it will come back to City Council for final site plan approval. With that is the end of my presentation, and the applicant is here to do their presentation. And who's our first speaker on that one?
That'll be me.
Yeah, is that would be Mr. Wasserman again?
Yes. Yes. You're stuck with me again. One more.
All right, take it away, Mr. Wasserman.
Sure. So thank you, Debbie. Good afternoon. For the record again, Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Trarg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. With me here virtually are several members of my client's team, including Robert Finbar, my client, Jerry Gafkovich, our project architect, our transportation and economic impact experts, as well as our landscape consultant. But again, you'll really be hearing from me on this presentation. The rest of them are really to respond to comments if needed. So we're very excited to bring this project forward, as we have been working with the city on this, as Debbie mentioned, for quite some time. Debbie did an excellent job, as always, of introducing the item, and I would like to give some additional background. Next slide. As you are all aware, this property was part of the code amendment approved by the City Council back in 2018 that established this property within the Special Development Transit Overlay District. So I'll just give it a second for the slides to catch up. Thank you. The primary purpose of the SDTOD is to accommodate compact, high-intensity, high-density, mixed-use development. This district has its own dedicated pool of residential units from which we're pulling from. These are not citywide units, so some of the prior applications you've had before you, those are units for elsewhere in the city. These units are reserved specifically for this area of the city. As you're all aware, the City Council has established this area for targeted redevelopment and activation. While we are in the underlying industrial zoning district, there are no industrial uses on site, so we are not depleting the industrial uses within the city. Now, this is an incredible corridor where we have the FEC line on our property's eastern boundary. Further east is Biscayne Boulevard. In terms of mobility, we have several options available to us, including the most obvious of which is the Biscayne Boulevard travel corridor. We have West Dixie Highway just a stone's throw to our west. And most importantly, as the district name hints at, we're hoping for a transit stop at this location. But that's not something we're relying on to bring this project forward. If the transit station does come, as you'll see in a minute, we have designed the property with the flexibility to make changes to the garage structure, which is located tucked on our eastern boundary, without impacting the existing residential or commercial portions of the project. Next slide, please. So turning to the project, I will walk you through several site plan documents and renderings to give you the overview presentation, but of course our whole team can answer more targeted questions. So the project has 832 units comprised of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. There is significant ground floor commercial activation with approximately 20,000 square feet of restaurants, bars, and retail venues. Next slide. When looking at this project from the ground up, which is really the primary focus for the success of this project, the activation of the ground level takes center stage. A critical piece of the development puzzle is making sure that the sidewalks are walkable and attractive for use. The idea being there should be pedestrian-friendly uses that draw people to the property and are going to activate these spaces. Next slide. As you can see on the images, the ground floor space has a large expanse of glass windows, a canopy structure that is continuous to protect from the elements and extends 10 feet off buildings 1 and 2 and 8 feet off of buildings 3 and 4, which are located on 20th Avenue. Next slide, please. Now, we originally designed very large landscape islands to break up the sidewalk elevation and create separate walkways for the kind of the public and more private use. And based on staff guidance, we changed that at their direction, and I think it was a successful change. We basically pushed the large landscape areas to the back of curb, as you see in this image. And this allowed us to have very large 20-foot wide open spaces for ground floor outdoor use. This was a critical piece of the puzzle for your professional urban planning staff and their review and support of our plans. Next slide. And that just shows the sidewalk areas again. One more. Next slide, please. As you move around the property, there are very few driveway penetrations, and that's obviously intentional. There are 3 access points, with the primary vehicular access point on the southwest corner of the property on 20th Avenue. Next slide actually has I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. As those identified. The goal is to bring cars to the southwest corner. Then we have significant internal driveways, as you can see. We have very large spaces to queue on site and a very large garage. We, of course, don't anticipate utilization of the entire garage, but the city's code requires this many spaces for this type of use. We're okay complying with the code, but we understand and quite frankly, we anticipate that we will have surplus parking available. Our traffic engineer is available to answer questions, but our traffic methodology has already been approved by the city and the county. Next slide. As you move internally into the property, there is significant outdoor activation. It's important to mention that this project far exceeds the green space required. I may have mentioned this earlier in my presentation, forgive me if I'm restating it. We are over landscaped by about 35,000 square feet of extra greenery on the property. As required by code, and I know this is appreciated by certain board members, the landscape material is made up of native species only. So I apologize if our renderings don't reflect that, and you may correct me, but we are required and we intend on doing native species only. So we're very proud of the contribution this project makes from a green and resiliency perspective. Next slide. Getting back to the specifics, we have an internal amenity courtyard, which is a major design feature of this project. We are spending significant resources designing to cantilever buildings 3 and 4 over this internal courtyard to allow outdoor breezeways and utilization of this space and to allow additional greenery. So what you're seeing in this image is a blown up image of our rendering. That's actually building 3 in the internal. You see the cantilever portion, and building 4 actually does the same, although you can't really see it here. You'll see it on the next slide. Next slide, please. There's also a pool at the ground level. And if you see in the center of the garage right there, we've left a blank space for outdoor activation for movies or wall casts or similar type of uses at the property. And here again, you can kind of see on the right side that the cantilevered portion of the building. So turning to the vertical structures, we have 5 buildings on the property. Next slide, please. The 2 primary structures are facing, the 2 larger structures are facing 151st Street. Those go up the full height allowed for this property. As you continue south on 20th, we have 2 smaller residential buildings that are far less than the allowable height. The 5th structure, as I've mentioned before, is a garage on the internal, not really visible from the public. It's on, not really visible from 151st and 20th Avenue. Next slide. The garage does run parallel to the FEC line, as you see here. And then there is, you can't see it in this slide, but basically next to us is the FEC rail line, and then abutting that is private property. And then there's Biscayne Boulevard. So while we expect this garage is going to be blocked from view when that private property is redeveloped on Biscayne Boulevard, we are currently proposing green walls to help mask the open portions of the garage. Obviously, this garage is naturally ventilated, but we anticipate it will be blocked from Biscayne Boulevard in the future. But until that time, we are proposing green walls to help mask and screen the garage. Now, the architecture, next slide, please. The architecture of this development is something we've worked with staff on in very great detail, as Debbie mentioned. You can see that it's a little more playful than some of the other designs that we've come across in the recent past. Next slide. For example, if you compare our east elevation on building 1 or the south elevation on building 2, which has a traditional frame, a roof element, a balcony system, and it's a beautiful design. But then you go to the north elevation of building 1 and you have a little bit of a different architecture. Next slide, please. The design of which on the north side of building 1 is really broken up by different vertical elements. And I've cropped this image to try and highlight the silhouettes within each frame of the building. What we've done is taken the white framing on the east or south elevations and essentially applied it on the north elevation in sections to break up the width of that building 1 and building 2. Within each frame, there is its own pattern system of different windows, different balconies, and architectural projections. Next slide. So additionally, while balconies are the traditional and expected design program for almost all buildings coming before you, my client is proposing a little more of a complicated design here, where there are multiple projections, penetrations throughout the elevations that kind of take the place of a traditional balcony. So for example, our balconies project about 5 feet off of the building edge. But we also have enclosed residential units that explode off the building by several feet. You see that in the right-hand rendering. We have framing elements and other architectural projections that extend 2 to 4 feet as well. And of course, we have eyebrows and other design elements. Next slide. The point I'm making is that a balcony is one form of architectural treatment, but there are other ways of treating a building facade to give you movement and playfulness that doesn't mimic the standard design. We are trying to creatively achieve something different here. Now, these are obviously expensive buildings that were designed very carefully. As I've mentioned on buildings 3 and 4, we have the U-shaped buildings, which bring the mass internal to the property versus an external mass. We've also cantilevered the building design so that it allows for better activation internally in our courtyard. There are many design features to discuss, and I know I'm running long, so I just want to address a few quick details on the project quickly. Next slide. From an art perspective, on the northwest corner of the property, which is the primary visibility corner, and on the northwest portion of the garage are canvas locations for an art feature spanning the building vertically, as you can see here. Next slide. There is also a sculptural custom staircase internal to the property that leads down from the edge of building 3 to the pool deck. While obviously this is a functional stairwell, it is by no means a standard design and adds to the quality of artwork on the property. Next slide. Now, we also have vertical green walls throughout the property on portions of the garage and on our building frontages. As I previously mentioned, we are providing in excess of the code required greenery. Next slide. We also have a higher end canopy system that is more expensive than a traditional fabric design, but to be blunt, we felt it was prettier and more interesting to the building design. And given the amount of frontage that we have on both 151st Street and on 20th Avenue, this is a major design feature, and staff worked very closely with us on this topic. I showed these slides earlier, but these are kind of just some of the recap slides. We're proud to bring this project before you all, which is, again, in a targeted location expressly contemplated for redevelopment by the City Council. While this project should not have any negative impact on the less dense residential community elsewhere in the city, it will have a major positive impact from a tax base. This is an increase of almost $1.15 million in annual tax revenue to the city, and of course the employment base in the city of North Miami, both from a permanent and temporary perspective. Now, the backup supporting staff's position is, of course, in your package of materials, including our traffic analysis, our utility review, and our economic impact statement. Staff is recommending in favor of this application, which is substantial competent evidence for you to recommend this project forward. I do have one, Debbie, I apologize I didn't address this with you in advance. I do have one objection, or I would say suggestion, to one of the staff's conditions. That's regarding the final plat, recording of the final plat before we can go to DRC. We do have a covenant in lieu already recorded, approved by the city and recorded against this property, creating a unified development site. We do have City Council final approval on the final plat. The only thing that remains are final punch list items to record the plat at the county. But unfortunately at the county, it could take several months. And we'd really like, assuming the City Council approves this project, we would like to come back for DRC approval relatively quickly. So if we could potentially delete or modify that condition, that's something we'd be happy to discuss. So again, my time went long. We appreciate the opportunity to present today. After the public comments, I'd be happy to reserve some time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Certainly. And Mr. Wasserman, your condition is that prior to getting final DRC approval, you can go to DRC and go through it, but prior to getting final approval, it has to be recorded. And what you're saying is you'd like that to be modified?
No, I understood the comment to mean we couldn't go to DRC. I apologize. If we can go to DRC and get our DRC review and approval at City Council, I assume that means a condition of the DRC approval will be final plat recordation. I'm okay with that. That's fine.
Yes, it says prior to getting final DRC approval.
Understood. Okay, my apologies. Thank you, Debbie.
No worries, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Wasserman, you don't have any other staff members or anyone that wants to add to the presentation?
No, I've got a large team here, but only if in response to questions if asked.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay. Presentation is complete from the developer, the petitioner. Let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. Now, staff, you can help me here. If you see anyone with their hand raised, or if you have any prior requests for comment, please let me know now so we can recognize whoever we have to give us public input.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any hand raised and no prior comments, public comments, or written public comments.
Okay, I'll give it a few more seconds, everyone. If you please bear with me. I don't want to cut anyone off prematurely here. Just make sure that we're good to go. Give it a few more seconds. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. The public hearing on item PC 1121, oops, I'm sorry. PC 12-21 is now closed. And I'll turn it over to our commission members for discussion. And I will begin, like always, Mr. McDermott, you're up on deck first, sir.
Okay, Ethan, wonderful presentation on what I think is going to be a really, really great project in an area that has been very dilapidated and underused and non-productive for many, many years. So congratulations on this and what it's going to bring to the city. Not only taxes, but jobs and appearance. I like some of the architectural features you pointed out there. That's really nice. It's nice to see somebody be a little creative. So thank you very much, and I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Tonkin.
Hello there. So on the southeast corner, I believe, of the vacant lot, I think it's approximately between the swimming pool and the signature staircase. There is the only stand of Miami-Dade pine trees in Miami-Dade County remaining, and definitely in the entire northeast corridor of Miami-Dade County. It is the only 11 Miami-Dade pine trees still in existence that predate the settlement of Miami. And if there was any way that those 11 trees could be incorporated into the interior garden design, they're an incredible asset to our city. We have, of an original 188,000 acres of that tree, 99% of that forest has been cut down. We have 1% of those trees remaining. There's probably about 20 of those trees in existence in the city of North Miami. And the stand of those 11 trees is the only existing group of those trees left in Miami-Dade County. So if there's any way, please, that you could incorporate that into the design. It's something so precious to our city. It would be a tragedy to see those cut down because they're irreplaceable.
Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to respond, or
yes, Mr. Watchman, if you care to respond.
Sure, that's a great comment. I'll turn it over to our landscape architect and our architect, but I think we can certainly explore that. I think it's a great comment. I would have to just verify the health of the trees and that we can relocate them, but I think we could absolutely make an effort to do that.
Are they Florida pine, by the way?
So they are the only stand of the original Miami-Dade pine left in the city. The trees are in excellent health. They are absolutely unable to be relocated. So it would be like they're like a 2% of the property if they could be designed around. I mean, from what I'm looking at, they kind of fall in the green space area of approximately the swimming pool to the staircase area. But that's an irreplaceable asset. It's like you're looking at 12 elephants or 12 rhinoceroses, the last remaining in our city. And if we could just somehow design around that on those entire however many acres there are, it's a very small part of the plot to design.
Let's hear from their landscape architect.
Mr. N. Before this is Jerry Gafkovich. Sorry, Mariana, hold on a second. This is Jerry Gafkovich with Tag Architecture. We are aware of those trees, and we were planning to make every effort to keep them. Quite a few of them do land in the garden area, as you pointed out, and we're going to be locating them exactly with the survey and making minor adjustments as necessary within the garden. But that garden is intended to try to keep some of those trees that are existing.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Goodwin.
All the comments that I have are positive. I love the fact that they've incorporated the pedestrian friendly, extending the sidewalks, making those 10 feet, and the retail spaces. And it's just overall visually a very, lack of better words, sexy looking project than a lot of the things that we see. So I want to commend the architect architecture on that.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Ms. Pierre, you're up.
It's a great project. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pierre. Ken?
I'm looking at the rendering of the southwest corner. Are they, I wasn't quite clear. Are you incorporating some of the apartments with balconies or not?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the comment.
Are some of the apartments going to be incorporated with balconies? I'm looking at a rendering on the southwest corner. I didn't quite understand. It appears to be balconies.
Yes, there are many balconies throughout the site. There's just a different pattern of balconies on different elevations. That's what I was trying to articulate in my presentation. But every facade has balconies.
And what is the, as you go south, I just for my own edification, what is that you're going south and that says Hidden Garden, like a blue with a circle around it? It's on
the pool level.
Yeah, pool level.
That, what you're seeing in blue is probably the pool. Oh, I'm sorry. That's a playground area. You have the area to the more north is the pool, and then to the you actually see it in blue on sheet LH1. To the right or to the south is a playground area. Underneath.
Yeah, I'm at LP0. That's what I was looking at. You're on.
Let me just.
There you go. Yeah, sheet number LP0.
Yeah, the one in the center is like it's a playground, kids' playground, and just different patterns. And within the gardens, that happens to fall underneath the bridge, if you will, between of building 3. The one further north, furthest south is underneath the bridge of building 4.
And that's going to be, I was reading where it's going to be built on stilts. Is that what you're okay.
Correct.
I wasn't quite clear.
You saw that. You see that in the rendering as well that Ethan pointed out.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Each?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Mr. Clark, you're up.
It's a great project. I love the walkability of it. The architecture is great. No comments.
Thank you, sir. And finally, Dr. Essen?
Yeah, the project looks very nice. You should probably do very well with the retail spaces based on the fact that it's pretty much across from Solomia. And it's nice to see that area, which is pretty dilapidated, getting upgraded and people using it for a residence. It's about time.
Thank you, sir. As far as my input to the whole development staff, my congratulations. I think you hit it out of the ballpark with this one. This really has impressed me. I feel like the guy in the game show judging America's Got Talent or whatever, but I have to tell you, you really came. You guys came through with a really good design, very creative. I love the passageway between the buildings, even though you have 3 buildings close together. You utilize space between them. I noticed there's a pocket yacht plant or pocket park between 1 or 2 of the structures. They're going to be utilized. It's just very creative with what came through.
Uh-oh. He froze.
Not right before a vote, no.
Oh, no.
McDermott then, right? Mike, Mr. Ernst is not available, sir. Can you go ahead and pick up from the chair perspective? There doesn't appear to be
in the other office.
Okay, Debbie. Let me pull up the item.
I'll make a motion to it.
So in PC 12-21, does anyone have a motion
Mr. Chairman, just a moment. I have a question. Was it Mr. Tonkin or who raised the question about the Dade County Pine?
Yes.
Yeah. I've drafted a condition if you want to add one to the conditional use order. I don't know whether
if you could add a condition to, save those trees, that gets my vote.
Okay, so there's one I've drafted reads. The applicant, to the extent feasible, will incorporate the Dade County pines on site into the landscaping of the project.
That me, Howard? That's good.
No. Is that okay with you, Ethan? Did I write that generally enough?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, just will. I mean, if then they say, well, it's not possible, then they cut them down.
No, we will commit to making every effort to retain them. Again, without an overlay survey right now, I can't say if we'll keep 11 versus 10 versus 9. And we will work with staff closely on that. If that condition gives staff enough flexibility, we're comfortable with it.
Debbie, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that. I'd love to be able to retain those Dade County pines, and they are already saying they're willing to do that.
Yeah.
I think this is broad enough that to protect it and achieve it and allow us the flexibility to allow our arborists to go out there and work with the landscape architect.
So at least it's flagged. It's something that people will remember, and there is, I use it to the extent feasible in case it's not. So you've got something to work with there.
One request that I would ask is that that when you do save them, that you have some sort of plaque or something there identifying what they are and why they are precious, and why you, besides you as well as our city, would love to preserve them. That would be a request that staff would have.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, Debbie, it's Bobby Finvar. I'm a local, born and raised in Miami, live down the street. Kids are in school, grew up in this, in our community. You're hearing from me, we will make every effort to keep them. We're extremely excited about pioneering this corridor of the city. We feel it's an absolute, it's an embarrassment that it's got such an important impact on the city. I feel it's got the possibility of being as impactful as 125th. And, I'm very proud to be, sort of pioneering this area. I think many will follow us, and having the opportunity to preserve these pines is something that Jerry Mariano and the rest of our development team will make every effort to preserve.
Perhaps you can make it a special feature. Perhaps you can make it a special feature of your development.
Thanks. We will make every effort to do so. Absolutely. We will recognize it with a plaque. One thing that I did want to point out is half of our units, we're going to have over 400 units that are going to be two or three bedroom units. So we want to create a community. We want to serve, we want to provide upscale 21st century, multifamily experience for the residents of North Miami. It bothers me to see all this incredible development in North Miami Beach. So I'm there. I'm going to make it happen. My track record speaks for itself. And I go there every day. Right now, I basically relocated our gym there, Adapt. The mayor actually works out there. He's getting in shape. He's looking good. And we're trying to get, we've created community. If you go by there at 4, 5, 6 p.m., you're seeing a ton of kids, going into the gym, playing basketball, playing volleyball. I've committed to those guys to basically integrate them into the new project. So, it's, again, bringing that community over to the west side of the tracks on 151st Street, which is always a industrial area. People didn't even know that it existed, is a huge source of pride for me. So I really thank you, Debbie, and your team for working with us so closely, and we're really excited to get break ground and get going.
As I said,
well, let's go ahead and if we could make a motion.
Ready to vote?
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Mike McDermott, second by Mr. Goodwin, you second?
Yes.
Yes, it was Malcolm.
That's item 12-21. We'll go ahead and we'll do a roll call so that we know that we have everyone voted on it. Mr. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Tonkin?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. East? Yes. Very good. Ms. Pierre?
Yes.
And Mr. Clark?
Yes.
I think that's everybody and myself included. Mr. Ernst? Dr. Basin?
Dr. Besson?
There are, sir.
Yes.
Aye. And myself, the motion passes unanimously, and this will move on to the city council as soon as possible. Thank you all very much for your presentation, and good luck, sir, with everything.
Thank you so much, everyone. And Mr. Finfarb, thank you for your patience as we work with you on your fabulous project. We're very pleased with the end result. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Debbie, we want to go ahead and move on here so we can wrap up. Do we have any committee reports that we need to?
No, sir.
None? Old business?
No old business, no.
No? New business?
New business, just updating you all to reminding you that summer's coming up. We know that we have a June hearing. You need to decide whether you want to have a July hearing or not. It would be on vacation in July. City Council only has one meeting typically in July. So whether you want to have a meeting in July or you want to have a meeting in August, or if you don't want to take a break at all. So we just need to, chat about that because we need to work on our schedule as to what your preferences are.
Would the June 1st meeting be too far off to come up with a solution? Because I know already,
Yes.
Mr. Each will be out of town in July.
June.
June?
June, yeah, June.
He's out in June. Yeah.
I'll be out also in June.
Oh, you'll be out June the 1st, all right. So July would be fine, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else, July would be fine for a meeting?
Not for me.
Not for
Well,
Ms. Pierre.
the reason I was asking is that happens to be that 4th of July weekend as well. That Tuesday following the 4th of July weekend, that 4th of July week is the reason I'm asking you all. So I have to start the schedule now for going through September.
Is there anything down in the pipeline that would hit on that date? That could wait till August.
Talking about the July meeting?
Yeah.
I haven't scheduled anything because I needed to find out what your preferences are. We're scheduled at this point through through June.
I understand.
Well, in June, maybe the second week of June, no problem.
No, that's problematic. I have a problem with doctor's appointments that week. I don't have a problem with July. That would be July 5th, correct? Debbie, what would be the exact date?
Yes, I think it's July 6th.
Is a Tuesday.
Yeah, so July 6th.
No, it's 2 days after 4th of July.
How hungover are you going to be?
No, I know.
Let's do the meeting.
I have no problem. Anyone else? I know, Ms. Pierre, you will not be available. But if we have something that comes down the pipe and the staff thinks we need to address it, I would have no problem scheduling that for July 5th.
Okay, so do you not plan to take a break at all in the summer? You want to be on deck for both July and August, or just July?
Debbie, since the city council is off most of August, maybe we'll take August off.
There you go.
All right. So let's
Mr. Chair?
go ahead and yes, Mr. Held.
Well, I want to raise September as a question. So go ahead and finish with.
Do we have
July
elections in September on that date?
No, it's the first day of Rosh Hashanah, I believe.
Tuesday?
Is Tuesday, September 7th.
So the point Mr. Held is making is that as I'm doing all of this scheduling, because I schedule planning commission 2 to 3 months in advance of the hearings. So what he's suggesting is that, is there a way, with it being the Rosh Hashanah, that date should be changed? Do you want to set a date now, like, a special hearing date?
An alternative.
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't have to be a Tuesday, correct?
It doesn't have to be a Tuesday. It just can't conflict.
Can we
with
schedule for that Wednesday, the 8th? Is there anything else?
Well, Rosh Hashanah is a 2-day holiday, so the next day would be the
Okay, I thought maybe we were catching, you'll have to forgive me, I thought we were catching the tail end of it on Tuesday.
No.
What about Thursday?
Thursday is okay.
Let's do a quick.
That is
Thursday, what?
pushed back the
September 9th.
project.
Okay.
Debbie, the 1155 project that we carried over from today, we've already told residents that that was scheduled for the June.
Yeah, June 1st is still scheduled.
Okay.
Meeting in June. The question
So we're good for that.
July and August. Yeah. We'll still have a meeting in June because we have other items. It was the question.
We can't do it till like June the 6th or June the 7th or a week after that?
What, sir?
Huh?
Ken is asking if that could go to June 6th
Move it
instead of
back a
June
week or
1st.
so?
Can we do this by email?
I have to get you guys to at least, as far as changing a June date, that was not on my radar at all. I was really trying to get the July and August set. So if you are wanting to reschedule the June meeting, we made that announcement that it was going to be rescheduled to the June meeting.
That was only for the
Gabby, let me ask you a question. What else is besides the 1155 project do you have?
project approval.
Well, we'll have at least,
Still.
I know, today there was.
one will be an LDR amendment. And I can't think of what the other one is right at the moment, sir. My apologies.
You think for the Johnson and Wells complex, it's going to be coming up for rezoning?
I don't have any applications at this time, so there wouldn't, unless there's a last minute add-on that's approved by the city manager, I would not be taking any new applications for June at this time.
All right, I mean, comes to shove, you're going to do it on the first, I'll try to get on the computer, but I'm going to be out of town.
All right, let's keep June 1st.
I'll try that. If not, I might be drinking my margaritas and going.
All right, June 1st stays. Debbie,
Okay.
You could change the date for July to that Thursday.
That's better.
Okay.
All right.
I got one more question. Debbie, when is the Johnson and Wells Doral thing going to go to the city council? Because I got some concerns.
Don't know, sir. This last Johnson Wells item is May 25th.
Last thing that we just did with
Well, we just
Doral.
passed.
The one that you just passed is May 25th, goes to city council.
Okay, there's a couple of things, that if you can, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but there's a couple of things that concern me after they left. I didn't realize there were gonna be 2,500 students in that building at one time. Are they gonna be there all day? Are they gonna be out for lunch? Are they gonna be flooding that neighborhood? That's a question, and are they gonna be operating on a Saturday and a Sunday?
It's a high
There's no
school.
impact to the neighborhood. There was a big impact. If those kids, I thought there was gonna be college students and the high school students instead. And, you know, here you got 2,500 high schools concentrated in one area. It's really gonna impact the neighborhood. I mean, all of a sudden, they get out for lunch, so they're gonna be all over the residential area. I gotta find that out.
All right, so let me go back and verify something with you. You all want to move the July meeting to what date?
That would be Thursday, whatever that Thursday date is. I don't know.
Thursday, it would be July 8th.
July
Okay,
8th.
to July 8th. All right, August, we're taking a break in August. And then the September meeting is moved from to the 9th. Is that correct?
We
From the
moved to the
7th.
9th.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen, and ladies. I
Yeah,
really
we
do.
have a couple, one more thing here. I just lost my items here.
Motion to adjourn.
No.
It's just a motion to adjourn, yeah.
Yeah, but the last thing I need to check with Jennifer Warren, we were going to discuss this, is what are the possibilities that we will be back to a normal council chamber?
So that will be entirely up to the mayor and council for them to deliberate and to decide. I anticipate that with the vaccine rollout going as well as it has, that at some point mayor and council will take that up for consideration and discussion. I've not gotten any word on it coming up in the near future, but I'll be sure to keep you posted when that discussion item comes up so that you can also voice your concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, that's it. Everyone, move for adjournment. All in favor, say aye. Thank you, everyone. Let's hope we see each other in the chamber the next time. Okay.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, Debbie.
I didn't realize that you hit it right on the head. I didn't think.
Appreciate it.
On the student's pair. But that's what I kept trying to say.